Yep, we've got the video now.
You have video? Okay, great. All right, well, we'll kick off today's meeting. Good morning, Krista Morrison, Budget Officer. Today kicks off day 1 of 2 of department budget presentations. Just a few reminders on a budget overview to kick off today. We have 3 opportunities coming up for residents to learn more about Kansas City's fiscal year 24 submitted budget. There are 3 upcoming public budget hearings. The dates are Saturday, February 25th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., Saturday, March 4th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., Tuesday, March 7th from 6 to 8:30 p.m. All of the meetings have an option to attend in person at City Hall in City Council chambers on the 26th floor, as well as a virtual option to attend. Free parking will be available for those that wish to attend in person at the Wolf Garage at 11th and Oak. To view the city's budget and a reminder and links to attend these meetings, you can go to kcmo.gov/budget. The public budget hearings are an important part of the budget process. The Kansas City's budget should reflect the values and priorities of its citizens. So we encourage our citizens to come out and engage in the public process. Tell us what services we're doing well, what you think we need to do more of, and there are 3 opportunities ahead for that. Today, you'll be hearing from 8 of our city departments, particularly in the area of public safety, transportation, and infrastructure. The structure of today's meeting, each department will be going through highlights of their key performance indicators. We also added information on current vacancy rates. That was a request out of the Finance Committee. As you all are aware, many of our departments have been struggling to hire, and hopefully we'll hear some great progress following compensation plan and market pay study adjustments. Departments will present an overview of their budgets, highlights and major changes to the submitted budget, and impact of the budget on citywide and department strategic goals. And of course, there'll be opportunities at the end of each department's budget presentation for City Council and the Mayor to ask questions. So this is your schedule for today. We'll kick off shortly with the Municipal Court Department, and then you'll see followed by Fire, Police, and we'll wrap up today. You'll see the whole series of meetings. We have Public Works, Water, Aviation, City Clerk, and Neighborhoods. Our second meeting that you'll hear from the departments will be next Thursday, March 2nd, 8:30 to 12:30. And at that meeting, you'll hear from 11 of our other city departments. And then finally, just a reminder of the budget process. So the budget was submitted to City Council. The budget ordinances were introduced. There are 3 opportunities for public engagement we covered, and then the City Council will adopt the budget with or without amendment on March the 23rd. For more information and links to attend the virtual meetings, go to kcmo.gov/budget. With that, I will turn it over to our first department presenting today, and that is the Municipal Court.
Good morning. Megan Fannensteel, Court Administrator, and with me is...
Good morning, Judge Wackel, Kansas City Municipal Court. Thanks for having us.
Good morning. So the Municipal Court is part of the public safety portion of the budget and represents about $11.6 million for the budget. Some of our key performance indicators that we look at is our case clearance rate. That's how many cases we are disposing versus how many cases are being filed. And with citation volume down a little bit, our case clearance rate is actually soaring at 147%. Our average days to disposition with traffic and other types of cases, we set those as a little different standards. Traffic cases, a lot of those are payable cases that don't necessarily take up any court time, and the regular cases, any other cases, we set at a little bit longer time. You will see that our traffic average days to disposition is up a little bit. That is based on the way that we were docketing our cases with the pandemic. We were setting every case for a virtual hearing first and then going to an in-person hearing if they failed to appear at that virtual hearing. And so that did elongate our average days to disposition, but we think that that was for a good reason, so that people had the opportunity to have their cases done virtually if they wanted to. You will see then our collection rate on our cases. You will see that we are pretty much right in line with our targets, with 88% of our traffic fines collected within the same year, as well as 72% of our fines on other cases are collected within that same year. Again, you'll notice the percent of probation successfully completing probation conditions. That took a dramatic decrease when we lost the contract with the jail. I think a lot of the probationers found out that there was no hammer at the end of that. I'm hoping, though, in this budget, we have, there's money set aside for the Detention and Rehabilitation Center, and I'm hoping once the defendants realize that there will be some punishment for not completing their probation conditions, that number will increase. The department vacancy rate, right now we're sitting at a little less than 15% vacancy rate. We are, and that's, I would say, pretty standard. We normally average about 10% vacancy rate, though we did have some very hard difficulty with hiring our probation officers. And so we've had about a 33% vacancy rate in that division. One of the ways we are working on eliminating that is we created an actual title of Probation Officer 1 and Probation Officer 2 to help with recruitment. Prior to that, they were just classified as a senior administrative assistant and an administrative officer. Those positions obviously didn't really detail what a probation officer does, and so that has definitely helped with getting some qualified applicants coming in. We have, though, just recently, we've had 3 decline due to residency requirements, and 4 declined due to salary negotiations, and that's just in our recent advertisement. So right now we currently have 2 vacant probation officer positions that we're trying to hire. We also just are getting a lot of people just rescheduling interviews. I think they're coming up with other solutions before we get to them, but we're working with HR and hopefully we'll get moving on that. So about our department budget, you'll see obviously most of the budget goes towards court operations. That's obviously salaries and for all of the judges, court staff. About 12% of our budget goes to the indigent legal defense. That's our contract with legal aid. And close to 20% is for rehabilitative services. That's our probation and specialty court. And then about 5% for court security. So some of the highlights and changes to the budget, we're leaving vacant 1 judicial division that includes a judge, clerk, and bailiff that was vacated upon the retirement of Judge Ludwig in December. It does fully fund the contract for legal aid of Western Missouri for indigent defendants. And then all other budget line items remained pretty constant with relatively little to no change. So the impact the municipal court has on the goals, obviously we are kind of the necessary independent third branch of the city government. And we hope to enhance the level of public safety by providing an efficient, effective, fair, and impartial judicial processes to all the cases that are filed by the city prosecutor. And with that, we are open to any questions that you may have for us.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Thank you so much. On page 9 of the actual presentation, but on page 386 of the budget, the performance indicators, the one that talks about the percentage of probationers successfully completing probation conditions is not in the budget. Is there a reason why it's not on page 386? All of the other performance indicators are, but that's missing.
I am not aware of that.
Yeah, I would have to go back and look what was actually submitted. If we missed a key performance indicator, we'll get that amended in the budget.
Yes, that's really
That's-
important that we're transparent and make sure that we have that level of openness and not having the different set of measures. Can you walk me through the municipal jail and how that's presented in the budget as we move toward that?
That is not in the court's budget, so I am not really familiar with how that was put into the budget.
I'll speak to correctional services itself. The contract for housing inmates is now currently in the city manager's office, so it is part of the city manager's budget. That is for the contracts where we're currently housing inmates. There is $6 million in the submitted budget. It's part of the Kansas City Police Department's budget for the design of a new municipal jail as well as rehabilitation center.
Okay, can you give me some background as to why it's not in the municipal court's budget instead of
Yeah,
being? Okay.
there has to be a separation. The judicial branch has to be separate from the executive branch that carries out the detention and order of it.
That's fair.
Yeah.
So, but the $6 million, is that just for the design? And then when do we anticipate, are we not going to build a jail or start building a jail at all this year?
I think the question on that, if I can step in, and we're still awaiting, and I welcome this, there was a procurement process for the jail. I believe that a step one, and we're still awaiting a contract from our city staff on the successful proposer. But step one, as I know, is a $6 million initial design cost, and then there's that additional cost for however much the jail would cost. This is actually something I don't even have full awareness of because it's still in the kind of staff procurement level of things. But I know we're expecting at some point, we should expect an ordinance from staff relating to at least the contract to be signed with a successful bidder on the jail, and then that being the estimated cost for design.
Okay. So when do we, because I think that that's a bit concerning that we just have the design in this year's budget. I think we need to make sure that we have more resources allocated because we've been in a crisis with not having a rehabilitative center. It's noted in their performance indicators as it relates to probationers successfully completing probation conditions, only 27%. And so I'm trying to get at how do we make sure that we are more thoughtful about how that's reflected in the budget this year.
I mean, I can fashion a response for you, knowing that I don't actually know everything with it
Is the city
either.
manager, is he here? Okay.
Yeah. Let me say my part first, though,
Okay,
before I
sorry.
let him talk. I'll answer from what I know, because I was on the selection committee on the jail issue. I think that was roughly 2 to 3 months ago. As I understand it, the project manager, Chad Thompson, who actually lives in Public Works, is now negotiating or was negotiating with the proposer, and they're supposed to submit to us a contract thereafter by ordinance. My interest in at least seeing it reflected in the budget in some way kind of relates to, I think, what you're asking about. I didn't necessarily want us to just have a a jail request come in June, theoretically, that wasn't even factored for in any way. The answer I received from staff was, well, the initial starter cost is at least this $6 million, and then we'd still need to figure out what type of debt obligation and how that would be funded would be worked out. And I just don't know if there is enough work along on the jail process to have that done in time for budget publication. That's all I know so far. And then I guess welcome the manager to explain anything further.
Yeah, so one of the complicating factors of this project is that there are a few decision points that we're going to need to make. We're going to need to figure out if we want to build a jail of a certain size, if we want to partner with the county, if we even want to do it at all. The cost could be a lot. We don't know all that information yet. And so this amount of money gets us through the several months long design and due diligence phase, at which point we will come back to council and say, do we want to do it? Do we want to do it here? How many beds do we want? All of those things. I know we've done some research on this about how much we might need, but cost is the big factor for all that. It could be, numbers we've seen, it could be 50 million, it could be 200 million. And those are very different amounts that we need to work through and make sure that we're doing it right.
Well, wouldn't we want to at least have some reserve in our budget to finance debt? Some sort of placemaker for something that we don't get a $100 million decision in the middle of the budget cycle.
Yeah, we could have that conversation, and it looks like Tammy's coming up now. There are a few creative ways to do this. We could issue new debt for this. We've got some reserves we could use, and we'd really only be thinking about year one of debt service at the most. We wouldn't be issuing any debt if we're not building anything yet, though. And this design process is going to take us well throughout the whole next year.
I will ask this, though, and agree with the councilwoman fully on this. That's what I asked for, and I thought to some extent this reflected, which was that the very thing the councilwoman's speaking to, which is if we wanted to make sure we can fulfill beginning obligations on a jail, that this is actually what we're putting in to build that reserve up. But I welcome
Right. Tammy Queen with the Finance Department. Yes, this is the first step to get the design partially funded. I'm not sure this will cover the entire bit of design work, but as the city manager said, that design work is going to take the better part of a year, plus all the decision points that he mentioned that have to be made. So any debt that we issue would likely not be issued before even the end of fiscal year '24, and we might do it in '24 to make our first debt service payment in '25. So we do not have need of a debt service appropriation in this budget because we wouldn't be to that point.
Okay, well, all I'm saying is that what we have is not working. We cannot wait a year. And so we need some sort of reflection of how we're going to meet our obligations to make sure people have the appropriate rehabilitation and that our community is safe. So this is troubling, and hopefully we can have further conversations about it, but
I might ask, and then I know Councilwoman Hall has a question, to the councilwoman's point, and I agree actually 100%, and I thought the $6 million is supposed to actually start to address that. When are we expected to actually get the jail ordinance?
I'll have to follow up with the team on that. I'm not sure of the timing on it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Hall? Can you use the microphone just so we can hear? Thank you. Oh, it's not working.
Okay, is that better? All right, see, they don't want to hear what I have to say. All right, the $6 million isn't in your budget, it's in the police department budget, and I guess I'm wondering why it's in the police department's budget and not the city manager's department budget if it's under the city manager's department that we're managing the RFP and the ordinance for the jail design. I think it should be in the city manager's budget, not the police department's budget.
I think that'll ultimately be a policy decision for us. In the police department budget, we have assigned over years past debt obligations as it relates to the building of police stations and other actually just spends that they have done over time. And so, but it is, you're right, it's a policy question.
Right, because it's not a debt, there's no debt yet because we don't have anything yet. And, right, so now if it's just design and creative, and who else was on the RFP team with you to help make that decision?
Captain Abby Martinez of the Kansas City Police Department, Ms. Vanna Steele, Chad Thompson was the project manager, the city architect, I believe, And was that
Megan Case, the
from
Administrator of
Municipal Court?
Corrections. No, she's not, she's with the City Manager's Office.
Oh, she's in the,
So there was just one person from the police department on that decision team, and,
unless you consider me a police commissioner, but yes.
well, but a paid police department member, you're not paid for the police department, really. I don't think you get all your money from them. What is it, one meeting a month, theoretically? So this is what you get paid for, but for that, my question is just, I think by policy, if we are the ones on the city side deciding the design, who's going to be articulating the creative of that design and implementation, I think it should fall under our budget, because they don't really have as much to say. If they had one vote, we had 3 votes from city staff people on that RFP process. So I think we have more skin in the game at this point. So that would be my request.
I understand. I might disagree, but I understand the point. I guess I'll give some rationale for disagreeing in addition to the way that we've funded our past police facilities, including the design of stations and where that assignment in the budget has been. We do have police employees that are working at least in, and they actually have a captain, as you know, assigned to corrections, right? It isn't fully unrelated, our police department, with our corrections process, but I understand that that's.
And then my next question is, do you all do, I didn't see in your budget, and forgive me, I looked through it, but I couldn't find all of it. Do you all do graduation ceremonies for people when they complete your diversionary courts? And how do you do those ceremonies? What do you do for that?
Well, I preside over the drug court. We have quarterly graduations. We take our drug court docket to invite whoever wants to come. Our next one is actually the 23rd of March. And the graduates are able to speak. The mayor has spoken there before. But it isn't, there isn't any extra expense from those graduations.
Oh, I know, I wasn't necessarily worried about the expense, I just didn't see a budget line item, and I want to make sure you all do that. I know in Clay County, I get invited to all those, and they do such a great job, I just assumed you all were doing the same thing, but just didn't know, so,
Well,
good.
I apologize for not inviting you.
Well, no,
You
don't, no, it
certainly
wasn't.
will, and I'll do better at that.
It wasn't a slight on you, I just didn't know.
Yeah, no, that's
So, no,
fine.
I think that's great, I think it's really important, because those diversionary courts can really make the difference between their jail or not, right? And that's a big deal, so I appreciate you doing
And they're
that.
really special. I know mental health court also has graduations, and veterans court also has graduations.
Okay, good, thank you.
The DV specialty courts are a little bit different design because they're more accountability focused, so we do not have big graduation ceremonies for those.
Okay, thank you for your help, I'm done.
Councilwoman Boo?
Well, I actually agree with Councilwoman Hall on this, but I think my question is, I think all have opinions on the design, on what services to be provided, and my question, I think, would be, what do we give up in our ability to provide our opinions on the design, depending on where the design money is? And I think that would be my question. So, I would be leaning towards having it in the city manager's office, and that's the basis behind my decision. From a financing standpoint, that may be a completely different issue, but I think it's because of the $6 million is tied to design. I think we want to have some input on how it's designed, not necessarily from an aesthetic or a security standpoint, but from what services that it's being provided. I mean, I'm not going to engineer the building, but we may want to provide insight on what services.
I might say, I guess my one rationale for disagreement, and this might pull me closer to, I would just say I think we should be consistent on the cost. If it is a police department cost and more like a patrol station, then I think it should be that throughout the process. If, however, it's more akin to a city hall or a municipal court, theoretically, then it should be in a separate budget space. And so I hear you. I don't know if I would delineate the two. And perhaps by giving up design control, we're also giving up, some of the cost obligation and pure general revenue. But I understand the point. And I don't have any deep background on it either, other than we picked a proposer, and I don't really know where the conversations are, and thought we might have seen an ordinance by now, but I guess we'll get it soon enough. Any other questions or comments?
Oh, I do have one more question.
yes, ma'am.
With respect to the judge position, you said that you were going to leave it vacant. I think my question would be for someone, I don't know who this might be, the budget office or city manager or the court. Does this mean that the position still remains and it will not be filled? So at some point down in the future, that caseload increases, that it could be filled? That it's not being eliminated so that we wouldn't have to go through some hoops. And it may be a distinction without a difference. But, my concern would be that at some point, are we just seeing a backlash from COVID? Are we, is this an anomaly and a decrease in caseload? And that, this is just a temporary leaving the position vacant because we don't need it right now, that we could fill it at some point in the future?
That's the court's hope and desire. We have really since fiscal year 21-22 have seen a substantial decline in traffic cases, primarily. At about 38% decline over the last 2 years in traffic citation volume. And so that is, why I think the city manager and the mayor decided to leave the position vacant. However, I think as soon as that starts to increase and then I think that raises a question on, yes, we need to fill this position. I will note, traffic is, obviously the court's primary driver of citation volume. Our general ordinance violations actually had a 2% increase over the last fiscal year. So what you're seeing in a sharp decrease in decline is due to actually a decrease in animal violations, and that has been since Casey Pet Project has taken over the enforcement, as well as a decrease in traffic citations. And I think that's a lot due to the police staffing, but obviously the court, we just take the cases that are filed by the city prosecutor. We have no control over what is filed, what is not filed, and we will just handle the cases as best as we can with the resources available.
When you say traffic, is that moving and non-moving? So that would be, for example, parking that the city has moved?
Parking we can always classify as completely separate.
Okay.
But there are other non-moving traffic citations, such as if you're driving and you also have expired plates, that would be a non-moving but yet traffic, or a defective equipment violation. Those type of violations, those are traffic yet not parking.
That presents kind of an additional problem to me. So we have an articulation, and this may not be your item to answer. I understand traffic violations are down because police are writing fewer tickets, perhaps because there are fewer police to write the tickets. But the pet project issue, I don't follow. So when I believe the prior city council, or actually no, this one, approved the contract with Pet Project, I don't think our anticipation was that we're just seeing fewer tickets and less enforcement in animal control violations. Why are we seeing less enforcement there and fewer tickets, particularly if it's not explained by some change broadly in community behavior?
I can't actually answer why. I can just tell you the numbers. So for example, in fiscal year 2021, there were 598 animal citations, and I will say that went from May until November. I believe that's when the contract changed. In fiscal year 21-22, there were only 64 cases filed, and
Say that again. We went from 558 to 64?
598 to 64, and then this year to date has
Where does
been-
their budget live, or is that all pursuant to the contract?
Neighborhoods.
It's in neighborhoods.
Okay.
And year-to-date, right now, so this is through the end of January, there were 133 violations filed. So I can't tell you why, I can just tell you what has been filed by the city prosecutor in our court.
Just so I know, 598 down to 64 in one metric.
Yes.
for a service that we're largely, maybe for the budget office, paying the same, if not more.
Correct.
Or,
Much more.
or.
Okay. Okay. Other questions for municipal court? All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Fire. Wow.
Morning. Morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, city manager. Joe Palman, I'm the financial officer for the fire department, and to my right is
Ross Grundison, interim chief.
who's been in this role for about 2 weeks now, so. We'll get started here. So as you can see on this first page, this fire submitted budget is $244 million, and the city, out of the citywide business goal is $542 million. We'll get into more detail in some following slides on this. So we'll jump to the KPIs.
So there you see the citizen satisfactory score. We're at 77% last year. Target was 76. And so we're on board with that. I believe that was the highest satisfactory highest satisfactory percentage for the city, all city departments. Calls dispatched within the Kansas City, Missouri city limits was 138. 132 was a target. That's a little bit of a decrease because we have reduced the number of non-emergency transfers that we are providing, so that we're able to focus our resources more towards the emergency needs of the citizen. Response times there, and the third one, actual is 6:24, and the target for 22-23 is 6:10. 6 minutes and 10 seconds. Next slide, key performance indicators. So the percentage of KCFD uniformed personnel who are women and/or minorities is at 32%. Medical transports billed, 73,000 was the actual, 72,000 was a target. Inspections completed from fire prevention is down a little bit. The target is, we had 9872, and the target was 76 or 7650. That's a little bit less than we would like, but we have had some staffing issues on the department that have been remedied now, and currently the inspection staff is fully staffed.
And then on the next slide is our department vacancy rate, which you see at 13.35%. And I will go through this slide here a little bit. As you can see on the left-hand side, the FTEs, that shows where our FTEs, and as you can see on the red part is the vacancies. We usually estimate vacancies at about, we're usually always around 30 vacant positions normally on our way. And then we've added 11 in this year's budget, and those 11 were based off the approved CBA. As of right now, the fire department is currently vacant 160. I'm talking about field operations folks, the firefighters, the paramedics and everything. And we also have 15 in there from a couple years ago we brought towards the council as a SAFER grant, which allowed us to have, bring in 15 people to where the SAFER grant would cover for 3 years a portion of the costs for those personnel. And that SAFER grant will expire this year, so those folks will roll over into vacant positions within the fire department. Right now they're over in a kind of an unbudgeted department ID because we do get the money from the federal government for the SAFER grant. So the plan is for the fire department for those 160 vacancies. As you can see here is we have a class that just graduated of about 28 cadets. Then around April timeframe, we will be having another class of about 60 personnel. And then at the same time, the fire chief and parts of the fire department have been working with Blue River to do a contract for them to be able to provide some, the training for the department.
And, yeah, it should be noted that Blue River is in the final stages, but we have not locked that down. But that is what we're anticipating, is starting a class there probably mid to late April. That would be an additional 60 students, which would allow us then to graduate from both academies, approximately 120 in the end of October, first part of November.
And I will say that this was just recently created, so in the budget, that cost is not included in this year's budget for that class. So
Say that again.
for the Blue River, because we just created this, we have that budget for the cost for having that class is not included in this year's budget.
Okay, all right.
They don't-
Councilwoman Hall.
I'm sorry to interrupt with your presentation, but if you need to add it into the budget, what is the number?
Right now.
Are you going to ask us to amend the budget to add that, or are you going to just do it for the next year budget?
Right now, it's going to be, the cost is going to be about $300,000.
For the cost of 60 students, Blue River MCC projected for April, that's 360.
300,000.
Recording in progress. What happened?
Kevin, if you could mute, please. Go ahead, Councilwoman Hall.
Okay, so you're going to want to add that into this current year's budget?
Yes.
So you're going to want that amended into the budget if we
And
accept that, you're saying?
Right now, we're discussing with the budget office our third quarter budget and everything. So that will be discussed when we come in for the third quarter.
Yeah, we'll chat about this offline. This is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. So like I said, we're in the infinite stage right now
All right.
of getting this going.
Because I want to be like, well, I need some more money for my office, but I'll just tell you in the third quarter. I don't get to do that.
Yeah.
You have some more pull than I do, I think.
Because for those watching at home, right, this is perhaps a disagreement between the fire department and the budget office in terms of, is it the budget office's view that there's the money for the recruiting class within?
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
This is
And
the
then the
first
fire-
time I'm actually hearing this, and I would think if the need were there, we would have had this conversation, but we will certainly talk more about that ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Since, if I could just go ahead and interject while we're here. So
I
this
don't care, I
this
just need to
class,
know.
what is different about this class at Blue River?
It's an opportunity
What's
for me.
what's the specifics of what they'll be doing at Blue River?
The idea why we're doing this, and that was my understanding that Chief Lake had made mention of this and that folks were aware. And if that's not the case, I apologize. So it's just, we're short-staffed right now in a bit of a crisis that way. And we're in mandatory hiring mode a lot of times, especially on the weekends and even honestly during the week at times. And so it's just to alleviate the pressure on the crews that are out there, being forced into the overtime,
That's
that
not
kind
what
of
I'm
thing.
asking. What
So-
specifically will they be training at Blue River? I guess that's
It's a equivalent fire academy to what we have at our facility, our academy. So they would run jointly. We would have, even a person over there making sure that it's going like we want, but it would be run very similar to our academy. And they would graduate with EMT license, firefighter 1 and 2 certification, just like our academy. And so normally we would do 60 is maximum capacity for our academy. And being a class takes 6 months, if we're down, what'd you say, Joe, 160 spots currently, and with retirements at probably 30 a year, it would be years until we caught up if we didn't do something different than what we're doing right now. And just because the maximum capacity of our academy is probably 120 students a year, maybe even a little bit less than that. So it's a way to double up and graduate 2 classes of 60 using 2 different locations.
okay. Thank you.
Since we're stopped, can I just ask
Yeah, go
another
ahead.
question? So is the total net that you're projecting, even including this third quarter number, 148? Or are there Are there 3 classes of 60 or
Nope.
2 classes of 60?
2 classes of 60 that would start hopefully in April.
Okay, but you have 160 vacancies now?
Correct.
Approximately, yep.
Yeah, the department in total has 160 vacancies.
Okay, so assuming that you don't fill any of those positions now, you would not necessarily would not have any more recruits than you have vacancies, but the budget office has factored in vacancies in the budget. Is that kind of the disconnect here?
Well, our fiscal year '23 budget, our current budget, and I'm hearing third quarter from fire, we don't have a vacancy rate in fire in the fiscal year '23 budget. And I will say that all positions are funded to the collective bargaining agreement.
Okay. And how many is that? I'm just trying to, maybe we're spending way too much time on this, but I'm just trying to figure out how many positions you have vacant, how many how many do you expect to fill, and is there a net plus or minus?
Okay. So what we're doing is, like I said, at this point in time, we have about 160 vacancies within the whole fire department. And so part of that is admin and everything else. We currently have about 81 vacancies for firefighters, 9 for captains, and then 23 for paramedics. And then, I'm sorry, that's paramedic firefighters, and then 10 paramedics and 19 for our EMTs.
Okay, so the disconnect is the 160 is not just for new recruits?
Correct.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. And, we do budget every year for a class, for us to have pretty much 2 classes a year in the budget. It just happens to be that because of this year and where we're at currently with the shortfall, the Blue River is something new that we're trying for this year to assist and help and alleviate that shortfall of the FTEs within the fire department, so.
And I guess if I could jump in, so because your class accommodates 60, how did you only graduate 28 in your December 2022 class? Why didn't you have 60 there?
So because we didn't have a current hiring list, so what we did, we opened it up to people that had all their certificates. So people that currently had their EMT license, firefighter 1 and 2 certification, we opened up a hiring process there to help fill the need of our immediate need. And we have 28 that graduated in December, and then we currently have 22 starting on the 27th of this month. And that'll be a shortened class because they have all their certificates. And that was done just to help bridge a gap in the shortfall that we have of full-time equivalents. And so that's a shorter class. It doesn't take the full 6 months. So the class is starting now in April. That'll be from scratch. That'll be with the new vendor that we've selected for the new hiring process. And part of the reasons we're in the situation we are is because there was a delay in onloading that new vendor that was selected.
Okay, thank you.
Good.
Okay. So as you can see on this one, we're answering the question. We do have, like I said, 160 vacancies where we've got a plan in place to get to that to where we don't have that shortfall. And then the other part here is that it does take time from a new cadet in the class. You're talking about 6 to 7 months before they're out in the field. So as you can see, that's quite a bit of time in between there before we get filled up with our FTEs. Here's the next one, which is by our submitted divisions. As you can see, the majority of our budget goes to the emergency operations, and then the second biggest part is our technical service bureau.
Councilwoman Hall?
When you use the word emergency operations, you're talking about personnel, correct?
I'm sorry?
Personnel? Is that
Yes,
where
yes,
are they in that
correct.
group?
A majority, 75% of our budget is personnel, and when we get to the next slide, I'll tell you what, I'll just jump to the next slide.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No,
I'm
you're fine.
interrupting your thing. I apologize. I'm not trying to be difficult.
So to answer a question, Councilwoman. Here, as you can see on this slide here, personnel for the fire department is 75% of our budget.
Got it.
And then contractual services is 12, commodities is 4, our capital outlay is 7. So, and then our debt service is about 3% of our budget. Here, what I'll go through this on this slide here, what you see here is we have what was adopted in FY23, which was the 236 million. And then what's before you now is submitted for 2024, which is the 244 million. And then the next one is what we submitted back several months ago. We're putting the budget together, which was 258 million. And as you can see, there's about what we submitted and what's currently presented to you all is a difference of about 14 million. The majority of that is the 13.3%, which has a reduction in salary savings of 7.2 million. And with that 7.2 million, that equates to approximately 111 FTEs using our average wages for firefighters within the department. It's about $64,000. So,
Can I ask him a question? So thank you for that. So what you're telling me is, you said we would like our budget to be 258, and we said, how about 236? And the difference is 14, and of that 14, 13% of it is 7.2 million, which is salary savings of 111 people that you're not estimating to get back in this budget cycle.
right, I'm sorry, the 236 is what we got budgeted for 2023. The 244.
Sorry,
yeah.
okay, got it, 244 and 2,
Yep.
okay. So what you asked for is 14 million more than what we're saying we're going to give you, or we're offering in this budget.
Correct. And the two biggest parts of that is the 7.2 million in salary savings, which is put in the budget.
And you believe that that's okay because you don't think you're going to get 111 FTEs?
No,
Or
I
you
think
would
we
hope-
are.
So then how are we going to pay for them? Okay, all right, I'm just asking, that's what I need to know. So you don't have a window for that 7.2 million if you get 111 FTEs. Out of this budget, you have to figure out another way to
Correct.
pay for them.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just say this on behalf of budgeting people, and I've usually voted for your large budget asks. Most of the departments that will come to us will represent that salary savings is the place that will be impacted
Yeah.
if they don't get their full budget request. So you're not unusual, and I would expect the same. The one thing that kind of sticks in my craw sometimes is when they're very small requests, like that $300,000 from Blue River with the metropolitan community colleges. And I always wonder if in a $244 million budget, you can't find 300,000 somewhere. Now, perhaps, everything is spent up, but I know it's hard to find an extra 14 or 7 million sitting around. But, I might, as pencils sharpen between these two offices over the weeks ahead, we all just work on that to see if we can address that smaller kind of training and recruitment need.
Mm-hmm. And just to add a little clarity on the vacancy rate, this was part of the adopted citywide business plan as part of how we're going to address trying to achieve some balance in our budget this year while we are presenting a structurally imbalanced budget. It is standard across the board at 7% for every department, and that's built just off of wages. So I believe, and Joe, is your average firefighter salary here, is that just the salary that would not include benefits?
No, this is just the salary for wages.
Okay.
It's not for benefits.
I see. Okay, so those salary savings, if a position is not filled, we would also recognize some savings in the area of benefits as well. So just every department you might hear that from, but that is something we did have included in the submitted budget, is a modest vacancy rate across the board.
And I'm not asking
Councilman Hall?
questions I'm not trying to pit budget versus the departments. I'm just trying to get my head around all this. So I'm not asking to be disrespectful to any department. I need to get my head around it because it's a lot of money and it's the taxpayers' dollars and somebody's got to ask the question. So
Yeah,
thank you.
and like I said, I'm just talking about the fire department here. I don't know what the, what the other ramifications for the other departments are. But
Well, see, just think, wait till like 12:30 when we get to neighborhoods and we're asking him. Those poor people are going to get twice as many questions because we're going to keep compounding them after you. So you're getting it easy.
Well,
You're starting early.
3 or 4 years ago, I was on the other side over in budget, so I know.
That's true.
Fair.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hall. Any other questions for the fire department? Councilwoman Robinson?
Thank you so much. The American Rescue Plan dollars, it looks like the adopted was 38 million, but we came in at 67 million. What was the driver behind that double in spending?
And Councilwoman, can you tell me which page you're on so I can help answer that question?
374.
Thank you.
374.
Is that the 36? So what I do know is for this year, we got about a little bit over 36 million in the American Recovery Plan to help cover the cost of our personnel. And then in the prior year, I think it was about 63 million that we got to help support the wages and stuff for our personnel in the prior year. So
The 67 million was part of the 22 budget, and that was part of the revenue recovery of the American Rescue Plan. Basically, the mechanism to do that was through journaling some wages and benefit costs from the fire department over to the American Rescue Plan. In your 23 budget, that amount in the American Rescue Plan was the 38 million. 24 million of that was revenue replacement. And then the balance of that was items like hazard pay, which I think is an important point here that's not reflected on this slide here. When you're looking at the submitted budget on this slide, there are additional funds for hazard pay, for workers' compensation that were supported by the American Rescue Plan, that we're not going to have to pay those costs in your submitted budget. So there was 3 million sitting over there for hazard pay. We have satisfied those 2 years of the collective bargaining agreement requirement. We also included, I believe, just off the top of my head, 4 or 4.5 million for workers' compensation, because we have seen, and you know this from the Finance Committee, we have seen elevated costs for our first responders out there dealing with COVID and the pandemic. So we'll expect those workers' compensation claims to start to go down, and we'll be monitoring that ahead. But I think that's an important point to mention when you're looking at year by year. Some of those one-time expenditures we're covering in your current budget, we're not anticipating having to cover those costs in fiscal year 24. So I think this slide is accurate in numbers, but I do think that's an important point to talk about those one-time costs this year.
And so I know you mentioned the vacancy rate, and it seems like you're doing a really good job going from 22 to 23, 128 to 30, but making sure that we are managing our overtime through the new hires. And so I didn't hear you explicitly say that, but what was our cost for overtime this year, and what do we anticipate our costs to be next year?
So the cost for this year, we're estimating to be around $18 million in overtime.
You said for this year?
For this year.
And what was it?
And then for budgeted, it's about the same amount for next year.
Okay.
Now, and like Krista had said about the budget for personnel and including those, those costs for the hazard pay and everything else. I think another part of the problem here is that, you know, as you can see, the increase between what you're showing is submitted now in 2024 and what KCFD applied is a difference. From the submitted budget to the adopted budget is only a 1.32% increase. As you can see on the slide where I got the increase and decrease by adopted to submitted.
Yeah, I get that, but we're hiring 60 new people. How long does it take them to start working?
It's going to be about
A little over 6 months.
6 months.
So why would our overtime be the same if we're going to have 60 new people on the job?
It's a little bit over because.
So you can find, that's where you find that 300,000. Yeah. Okay. We're talking about.
The part is that we still, like I said, we still have time. I mean, we still have that. Now, the part here that some are missing is that, you know, the CBA, based on what was agreed upon in the CBA, has wages increase. Wages increase, I think we presented, was based off the CBA was 4% each year.
Okay.
And so that was for Local 42, and then for Local 3808, it was, you know, I think around the same 4%.
Okay.
So as you can see, based on the CBA, with the increases for, you know, the steps and the step increases, you're going to have an additional cost. So under personnel, under A,
is that something you can answer right now in terms of what that additional cost would be? Or is that something you can get to us later? If you factor in the CBA 4%, we understand that. But if we're hiring 60 new people, I would just think that, you know, overtime would go down because we have more increased workforce. So that's kind of, you don't have to answer it now, but if you can get it to us later, that'd be helpful.
and you are correct. You know, you would think it would go down, but also you got to remember that as wages go up, you know, that.
And I want to know what
goes
that
up.
factor
Okay, yes.
is. My final question is, I'm glad you mentioned the CBA because there were some improvements in the CBA from a civil rights and equal opportunity perspective. Can you walk me through how we're funding those improvements?
So in this budget for this year, I'm
thinking this is a time for us to evaluate what's been done. So what we've done and what you're proposing to do. So I need to know what happened this year and then what we're planning to do.
So I'm assuming you're talking about like our diversity, equity, and inclusion portion of it.
Yes, training for staff, yes.
So what the department has done is they've created what they call a diversity and inclusion and training section, which includes, I think, 2 to 4
Yeah,
personnel.
we have a division chief of DEI and also a captain's position. Those were part of the CBA. Those have
Were
been
those,
filled.
have we utilized those funds yet?
Yep, they have been filled, correct.
Okay.
And then in this budget, we do have some for training, an additional $25,000 for that. Now, because this is kind of new in this, you know, starting last year and this year, you know, we're kind of starting at a base right now. And that base, you know, we kind of looked at for this training is about $25,000. Could it be more? We already have contracts set in line currently for individuals to come and help with the DEI. I think those contracts are currently about probably about $100,000 in total.
Okay.
For those contracts.
Okay, so I have 2 positions, $25,000 in training, $100,000 for external support. And have all of these, have we done all of this? Has the training concluded or started?
Yeah, so we have the Jarvis report, which of course will be a topic this afternoon also, and another contractor, Harrison Lee. Those are the ones that have been looking into the DEI work of the, you know, with the fire department, and they're making recommendations there. We do have the recommendations from the Jarvis report, and actually there were 59 of them, okay? We're probably expecting an equal number of recommendations from the Harrison Lee group. And so once we get their recommendations, we haven't received them yet, but then we'll be formulating a plan and working with the chief DEI officer that the city's recently hired, LaDonna, in formulating a plan to move forward from there.
Okay, can you send that? I would like to make sure we're on top of how those dollars are being spent. So if you could please keep me in the loop as it relates to when the training's happening and if there's any challenges on the management side of implementing what's in the CBA from a funding perspective.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Councilwoman Hall.
I don't know if I speak for everybody, so tell me if I don't, but maybe as we're going through all these budget presentations and one of us asks somebody for something, can you just send it to all of us? That way, we're not going, wait, I thought I got that or I didn't. So if Councilman Robinson asks, can you just copy us all? Is that acceptable? Okay, thanks.
That'd be very helpful.
Thanks.
No surprises that way.
And maybe if you want to copy the budget office when you send those
Yes.
updates, so there's a central repository. of
Exactly.
All that.
That would be great. Yeah, we'll keep a tracking list of all items for follow-up, and then ensure that they come to our office and distribute to everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kim.
I just want to add one point of clarification so that it is clear to the city council that we have included the CBA agreement at the 4% increases. You are seeing a percentage difference here in this slide, but that is, again, some one-time expenditures like hazard pay. So I just want to, and as well as the salary savings. So I want to assure you that the CBA terms have been met in the submitted budget.
Can I just ask a question there? Does that also include the HR training, the required HR training that was in the CBA? Is that included in there as well?
No.
I will need to go back and double-check that. We will follow up on that item.
All right. Other questions for the fire department?
I do have
Oh,
another
yes, ma'am.
question. You may have said this, and if you did, I apologize. So in the assumed vacancies there, have you included the required minimum staffing, minimum staffing required? Have you taken that into account in terms of, because you're assuming those vacancies in there, but if they have a required minimum staffing, is that adjusted in there or not?
Well, what we did, and we received information from our HR director this morning on, Joe had a slide earlier, we received independent analysis on vacancy rates. So we looked at historically over 5 years, and I believe the 7% proposed, and I'm happy to follow up and share this information, most of the years looking over 5 or 6 years, according to the records we received from our Human Resources Department, the department could manage within that 7% vacancy rate, because historically they have been. So I'm happy to share that additional information with you. I would need to work with the fire department specifically on the minimum staffing question to connect those two. So we'll work on getting a collaborative response on that specifically.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
You bet.
Other questions? Hearing none, thank you. We'll go to the police department. Thank you.
Anything else?
Anything else you think we need to know? Okay.
If you are.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Did you get the jail and the manager's budget? We asked, Andrea agreed with me, but Quentin didn't. So, good morning. So, we need to tell him to do it. If you tell the manager, that would be helpful.
Let me sit over here.
How many people need to put your slides away? Or we keep eating. That's right. Okay. Great, thank you.
And thank you, Deputy Chief, for raising that.
Thank you.
First person I'll see.
Yeah. Yeah, it was just a little weird coming up at you. Usually when I do those buttons, it has the opposite effect. Either leans back and... Everybody hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Eric McCollum, Deputy Chief with the Kansas City Police Department. Thank you for having us this morning.
And I'm Christine Ryder, Budget Manager for the Police Department.
submitted budget before you is $280.7 million, which is $19.5 million less than the police department requested. I will explain how that impacts our operations in the following slides. Highlights and major changes to the budget. That's a second. Shoot. My apologies. Sorry. Now I'm all out of whack. I apologize.
Yeah.
This is better. On our KPIs, you will see in the right-hand column where our target areas were for the 23-24 submitted budget. Any questions with regard to those slides?
The cape, no.
Department vacancy rate. The slide says 71 police officer candidates either in the academy or who have graduated. That number should now be 75. What's not included in that are the 4 additional laterals that will start the academy next week. With the 178th class, that will begin April 24th. This will, we currently have 20 that are in the pool to start that academy class. So we're hopeful that number will increase, but currently we have 20 that are, we have slotted for that. Some of the recruitment efforts, increased job fair presence, $500 incentives for recruitment, and onboarding law enforcement recruits who have graduated from other academies with up to $6,500 in reimbursement. So basically, if they go to Blue River Academy or another police academy that's not related to the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department, we will reimburse them up to $6,500, and we feel that that'll help with recruitment. One other thing that we're doing is we're hiring our law enforcement candidates that we're trying to get processed into the academy. We are bringing them on and giving them civilian jobs, such as in our records unit. It's twofold. We get them in the door so we don't lose them to other agencies, and it helps supplement our professional staff. Slide. The department structure has changed slightly from when we submitted our budget. We no longer have the Professional Development and Research Bureau. For example, the Training Division is now under the Admin Bureau, and our Research and Development Division is now under the Executive Officer, who is within the Chief's office. So in other words, we still have the associated expenses for those personnel and costs. We just shifted them on the department and who they report to.
So the budget before you is $19.5 million less than what the board submitted to the city. And I'm just going to kind of go through those numbers and how that's affecting different areas within the department. So $12.9 million was assessed in contractual efficiencies. Our total overall request in contractual services was $17.8 million, which leaves $4.9 million in the budget before you. There were 6 contractual service budget categories that were put in deficit. For example, fleet had contractual services of $239,900 in the requested budget. The submitted budget before you is in deficit $1,029,639. That's a $1,269,536 reduction. Another example is the crime lab with a contractual service request of $565,082. The submitted budget before you has it at a deficit of $315,084. That's an $880,166 reduction. Added to contractual services was $125,000 to pay TIPS hotline to the Crime Commission. It was our understanding that was going to be funded through a grant, a Rebuild KC grant.
Mr. Mayor.
In addition,
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilwoman Hall?
Do you mind if I just interrupt really
Yes,
quick? I have
please.
a quick question. I'm sorry to interrupt your presentation, but I thought that the the 125, I thought those were from Rebuild KC grants.
that was our understanding, but it's within our general fund budget.
Can we do that? If they're,
Was funded from what? I didn't hear. What was your?
oh, sorry, if they're Rebuild KC grants, can they be responsible for administering grants that we received? Is that illegal or not
So
okay?
short answer, I believe, is yes.
Should that be within their
And then a
general
portion, not the,
budget?
and I've had a few chats with the Crime Commission on that. We have funded them separately through Rebuild KC for a separate budget function. This is their regular function. As I understand it, we got fundamentally behind on payments at some time frame in the past several years. This, I believe, was a request to have a contract going forward that speaks to their typical funding, not inconsistent from how we've done that in the past.
Okay, I just want to make sure that that's the real, that's the right, that's for real, not that I don't trust that your
That's right.
memory's serving you right. I just want to make sure that
Right.
we're not asking them to spend money that is our money to spend and then putting it in their general fund when it's not general fund money, it's grant money.
So
I don't know, maybe I'm confused, but help me understand.
From the budget discussions, what I understand is the same understanding as the mayor, is that a portion of past due invoices are going to be paid through Rebuild KC grant, which does exhaust at fiscal year '24, and this is the regular ongoing crime commission for the TIPS hotline. This is their regular annual cost.
I chime in here, but we don't have an agreement with the KC Crime Commission. It's my understanding the agreement is between the city and the Crime Commission, not the police department. So we would essentially be a pass-through, but it does impact our budget because it has to come to us and go.
I have a question too. I would like a breakdown of how you guys have got behind. And also, it's not illegal, but it's somewhat inappropriate to supplement your budget with those dollars, because that's not what they're meant for. And the other council member, you're right, we did pay for it. Mayor mentioned it, but the understanding was that the TIP hotline dollars were being absolved, not that it was being intermingled this way. So I would like a breakdown how you guys actually got behind and what the dollars was appropriated previously on.
Krista, that was you
The
saying
agreement-
past due invoices, that's what
We
I-
didn't get behind.
They aren't, that's not what they're talking about. You mentioned something different than what they're talking about. We're just talking about the 125,000 added, and I just want to make sure that, is that something that they should have in their budget, or is that something that we should have over here for a crime commission?
So everything is a policy determination. So these funds, as I understand it, are not Rebuild KC funds. That is a separate allocation altogether, one that I believe we've already voted on, at least as for the Rebuild KC funds that were going to KCPD in the last kind of competitive process for them. This is kind of, I think, how we've typically funded the Metropolitan Crime Commission, because despite the contentions otherwise, the police department has received that funding in the past for the Crime Commission. I'll come back to Councilman Ellington in 1 second.
I believe it was 2 years ago it was taken out of our budget.
Okay, was it ever in the past in the police department budget?
Years ago?
Yes.
Yeah,
2 years ago, you're saying?
probably 3.
3 years.
I don't think it's been in our budget last year or the
Speak
current
up just a
year.
little bit for me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't believe it was in our budget last year or this current year.
Right, because no one funded them, I believe the last 2 years, is at least the Crime Commission's contention. They're not here to represent that, but I think that's the whole behind point. And so as I understand it, Rebuild KC is refunding the years past that were missed, right? And then there's a pickup on ongoing obligations similar to how it was done in years past. Is the decision you did not make,
Right.
but that's.
Yes, but currently we don't, but in this current year's budget, we don't have an agreement. We've never signed anything with the Crime Commission, so.
Did you prior?
I'm sorry?
Did you in the years prior?
About 3 years
Yeah,
ago.
about 3 years ago, we did.
So it's just a point for us to just say, just wait a second, let's don't, I would like to have some ongoing conversation to make sure that's something that everybody's okay with before we do that. So I apologize for interrupting, but I wanted to keep going with that.
So of the 19.5 million, that was the contractual part,
So,
$6
Mr.
million.
Mayor,
I'm sorry, yes, Councilman Ellington, I apologize. Go ahead, sir.
So this isn't part of the dollars that we voted on in December, correct?
Can you say
I'm
that
talking
again?
to you. I'm asking you this question, Mr. Mayor. This isn't part of the dollars that we voted on in December, is my understanding from what you just said.
So these dollars are not part of the dollars we voted on in December. The Metropolitan Crime Commission received a separate Rebuild KC grant relating to purportedly past due accounts under the city's obligation. And that we voted on, and I believe we've likely transferred to the Crime Commission.
Cool. So my request is going to be for the last 5 years, to have a clear understanding of all funding sources that was used to supplement general funds with PD.
We can certainly provide that, Councilman Ellington.
You can proceed.
There was $6 million assessed within salaries to be used for the detention center design and rebuild. This was not something that was in our requested budget, but it is included in the submitted budget that council has. And then there was $2.3 million in equipment requested by the police department. The submitted budget before you has $1.7 million budgeted.
I'm sorry.
Councilwoman Hall?
I'm going to be a total pain in the neck here, but, so I'm a little confused on the first bullet point that says the submitted budget presented to KCI presents 6 contractual services budgeted in a deficit. How do we budget deficit? If it says, we want $1 million and now we have a negative $250,000, like, how does that work, Krista? And then the other question is, did we lose $6 million for salaries when we put that money and delineated it for the detention center design and pre-build? I'm concerned that we lost $6 million for salaries. So help me understand those two questions before we move to the next slide. Please.
Sure.
Thank you.
So one thing I will say about the police department's budget and how we build the budget is the Board of Police Commissions send over their line item budget. And then during the budget process, as reductions are made to minimize the structural imbalance in the budget, is that we actually go through, and I have staff checking. I'm not aware of any negative appropriation, but we're double checking that now. We went in and looked at Kansas City's funding level, which their budget is actually increasing from the current fiscal year. And we looked at what funding levels would be at 25% of the city's general revenue. And KCPD is funded above that 25% of the city's general revenue in the submitted budget.
What is that number, though, the 25%?
Yeah, let me pull that up, one moment. Sorry, just going to take me a minute to get there.
While you look that up, I believe last year the police department budget was at 24.3% of the city's
And then,
Was,
revenue?
correct.
okay, so while you looked that up too, the question I have about this slide,
Can we,
just to make,
just Councilwoman Hall's question.
oh, I'm sorry,
Are
they were answering.
Yeah, I don't know if
apologize.
they're in concert or.
There's a lot of questions to ask. I just want to make sure they're answered.
Okay, sorry, no, go ahead.
All right, so KCPD's budget 25% of the city's general revenue, and we actually are required to fund pension. So the total funding with the 25% plus pension on top of that, to reach 25% is $243,982,653. So we are in fact increasing KCPD's budget. And to answer questions about how reductions are made, what we did this year is when we were making the reductions from their submittal, we tried to minimize any impact to their salaries because we know this has to go back to the Board of Police Commissioners for what the budget is submitted for and how they will operate from there. So from the dollars allocated, it will really be up to the police department and the Board of Police Commissioners to then determine what of the adopted budget, how do you need to allocate it from there to support your operations? So I hope that answers your question. Okay.
No, because I was asking how we get in, so you then decided, and I'm not, again, I'm just asking questions. You decided which line items could be at a deficit versus not, when we're saying some categories are budgeted less than what the request was, and so it made it negative. But if some of those are things that have to be done because they have a contract to do X, whatever that might be, how does that then not make us in trouble? We don't want to get in trouble because that would be.
I may step in briefly. I think budget office is representing, in essence, right, that they looked at 25% of the budget, set an amount actually above that, and then now send it back to the Board of Police Commissioners to determine where their cuts will be. As we just saw with the fire presentation and the previous presentation, it is up to the departments themselves to assess where those savings will be made up. The police department is representing to us, not, I believe, our budget office, that those savings will be made up in deductions from contractual efficiencies and salaries. I think that's, I don't think the city has made that election for the police department.
Except my question is, with the $6 million in assessed salaries subtracted, it seems very, I guess my question is, we have a $6 million line item for the police department to be in charge of design build for the for the police station, but then we just discussed a minute ago that that really shouldn't be in their budget. So does that mean then if we subtract that $6 million for the design build, do we then give them $6 million back for their salaries? Like, where's that money? I want to know.
I think the answer would be if they get the $6 million back, that would be the election of the Board of Police Commissioners to determine where that funding would then go. I believe command staff is representing that that would then be put in the salary area, much like if any other monies go back, you'd go into the contractual efficiencies.
Okay.
Now,
I'm done
yeah,
with,
okay.
I'm done for now.
And then
Thank you,
Robinson and
Krista, for
O'Neill.
answering that.
Okay, just
Well,
to make sure that,
you have one more, right?
No, I said thank you, Krista, for
sorry.
answering. No.
just to make sure I understand this slide, so, this is 280 million, but you really need 300 million? Is that what you're saying?
No.
No?
They
Because you're saying
submitted
it's 19
280.
million less than requested by the board. Are you saying that you requested 19 million more than the 280? So you really need how much? Is that number, is that 300 million?
291.
I mean, let them answer, if that's okay. How much?
Okay. Yes, it would be 19 million more.
You need 19 million more than 280 million, so that's 300 million?
That's concluding that 6 million, but if the detention center gets taken out, it'd be 13.5.
Okay.
That would equal the request that we submitted.
But we're only obligated to do the 243,982. Okay, I just want to make sure that, because numbers are important, saying the $19 million less versus saying, look, this is how much we need in order to run the department is more, just straightforward straight point, and transparent.
I appreciate the question.
Okay,
Thank you.
I appreciate the answer. Thank you.
Councilman O'Neill.
Just in lieu of not having to do the math, I never did hear what we are now actually giving in percentage. So the 243 would be 25%. What is the 280 million?
So there are a series, and the police department can speak probably in more detail, but there are other funds included in the 280 million. There are a number of grant funds that the police department also administers. So that makes the difference up between what's supported by the general fund, the parking garage, the parking fund, as well as they have some additional grant funds.
So we have 242 million or 43 million that we are obligated at the 25% level, and then we have another 40 million or so that are coming in the form of grants and other.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, I just want to make one point, because as you turn your head to address them, you're not talking into the mic, so it's hard to hear when you turn your head. I don't know if it's feasible for you to move or not, but just want to acknowledge that.
If you can, as time goes on, you can move next to me and see everybody.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I have an
That's okay.
eye contact habit.
I understand. I just want you to recognize you're not talking into the speaker, so even those colleagues online may not be able to hear everything.
Thank you.
Because I couldn't hardly
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Laura.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And Teresa, we can't hear you either.
I got you.
I had to do the same thing on
Are new microphones in the budget?
There we go. Can you hear me now? Okay. Yes. Of the 243 million, and you said that includes pension, right?
That does include pension, correct.
It does include, okay. Can you give me just a round number on how much the pension payment is in that?
Yes. So
It's 43 million.
Thank you.
43 million?
Yes.
So we're actually, to run the department, we're giving them $200 million, right?
Roughly, yes.
Okay.
And that's just with the general fund and parking fund. They also have grant dollars available.
Sure. And I think I was a little confused when Christine was talking about when Councilwoman Robinson was talking about you're asking on top of the 280 million, another 13 million if they get the 6,000 back, right?
It'd be, if the 6,000.
280 plus 13. Okay. Okay, I think I got
And I just said the wrong number for pension. It's 46.
46.
I apologize.
46?
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're down to.
Great. Councilman O'Neill.
I just want to follow up on her question. Where are we at funding on the pension? What percentage are we funded?
I believe it's 100% now. Yeah.
Okay, so we are at 100%.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question? Because it seems like we've gone in, unless, is yours related or?
No, go ahead.
Because I was going to ask about liability, which is something I presented a few times at Board of Police Commissioners meetings. I don't know the new budget year numbers. We typically, in the legal settlement section, the Board of Police Commissioners, have estimated a roughly $4.8 million type of cost assessment there, whereas I think in this budget year and others, the Board of Police Commissioners have paid out far more than that. A question that I have asked of the Board of Police Commissioners, I understand a presentation will come at some point, is how do we actually both better estimate that so there aren't actually later salary assessments or other issues within the budget year, or has the department evaluated liability insurance or coverage that might have the opportunity to save the taxpayers millions of dollars? Because I don't know, actually, as I form these questions, I guess I'll ask as a question one to the Deputy Chief, how much does the department expect to pay out in settlements and claims in this fiscal year? The current one we're in.
In 23 fiscal year? Oh, we've spent about 8 million, I believe. I could be a little off.
8 million?
Are you asking for this requested
23.
budget?
No, for the one that we're living in now.
Okay.
The fiscal, so 8 million. And then next year, what is the estimated assessment for claims and settlements?
Currently, in the submitted budget, or in the requested budget that came over, we had 3.5 million
You said 3.5?
total for the police department.
So my concern might be, irregardless of 6 million here or there, everything else,
I will
what's
say,
that 3.5 million based on? Is it based on actual claims in the pipeline, or is it based on some other metric?
well, typically our settlements do run around 2 to 3 million per year. I would say this
I will
is a-
say, I understand that, but I will say just from watching courts and that sort of thing, it seems as if we're in an increasing time. And I don't know if Jackson County Circuit Court, where many of our claims are, will change. The city's impacted by this as well. And so I guess I'll ask you then, Deputy Chief, where are we on assessing ways to create potential cost savings in that area, such as if it's liability insurance? I don't know if there are other items that might be able to save for us, because to somewhat Councilwoman Hall's point, I have a concern with a structurally imbalanced budget from day one as well. And if we might be $4.5 million short on legal claims, particularly if one of our more substantial cases has a settlement, then we find ourselves in a troubling spot.
We do routinely talk with our Office of General Counsel to get a feel for where they see that we're heading as far as potential lawsuits, legal fees. So we stay in contact with them. Ways to reduce the I guess, claims against the police department is increased better training and such. And third, to your point, Mr. Mayor, we do have Lockton teed up to discuss liability insurance at the February board meeting. So they will be there to provide an assessment. They're still gathering more information, but I think they can give us a pretty good inside the ballpark figure of where we would be as far as, continuing to go the current way of paying for legal fees versus going with a liability insurance. So they will be there on Tuesday to discuss and give us better direction on where we go.
And we don't know yet it would be a decision for the Board of Police Commissioners, but what types of savings may exist if we were to go the liability insurance route. Theoretically, I would say if we could spend $2.5 million to $3 million per year on insurance, rather than potentially, I think there's a case where someone's seeking an $18 million judgment, there may be others, right, rather than paying out $8 to $10 million, that gives good cost savings long term. Do we have that ballpark yet?
Absolutely no. We don't. I don't have it yet. We're trying to get a meeting set with our representative to hear what it's going to be before he presents to the board from Lockton. I will tell you though, the talk is that the deductibles alone could be substantial just based off past claims, and we're not talking over a couple of 2 or 3 years. They're going back 10 years. And looking at every claim that's been paid out, legal fees and such. So that's my only concern, but we'll have a better understanding when we hear from Lockton.
Understood. Councilman Bull, I'll come to you in 1 second. I think Councilman Robinson's on this topic. So.
Yes, just to build on that, and I was going to ask later when they finish their presentation, but I think it's more appropriate now. So the taxpayers are more interested in how do we reduce the claims in the first place. And so, yes, we need to have, evaluate the costs, but what are we doing to evaluate why these claims are even happening and settlements are even happening, and what are we doing to reduce them so that we can be more insurable and so that this cost could go down?
I can answer to some of that. We have a couple training modules in the works right now. In fact, we just got approval from the Police Foundation to bring in ICAT trainers, and what that is a de-escalation training for all officers. We hope all officers will actually be trained in that by the end of the year, and that's a big task to get us all trained in 1 year.
Need more money for that? I don't see it.
Try. I put that word "try" in there. In addition to that, we have some of our training. Our training officers, our major, our training academy, let's just say, that are also looking into constitutional policing, where that is a training, it's a module that's out there. It is, I believe the LAPD actually has their own unit that trains on that. We want to make sure that our officers are fully equipped for any situation, and also when we are making contact with the residents and visitors and anyone who's in Kansas City where they have police contact, that we are balancing public safety with civil rights. That way, then maybe we could potentially reduce some of these claims, or even reduce some of these situations that we may get into if it's perceived, and I don't want to say perceived in reality, I don't want to get into that conversation, but, sometimes that things are what they look like, and sometimes things are what they are, and we want to be prepared for both of those situations through training. So we have some modules in place. All of that to say, we have some modules in place that are actually in the works, being scheduled as soon as next month to try to reduce some of those.
Thanks for bringing that up, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate the answer as well.
Thank you, Councilwoman Boo.
So, thank you for being here. So when we talked early in February about the submitted budget number, it was different than what is in this. Have there been increases based upon the additions that the city, other than the $6 million, the detention? I was just trying to do the math. I'm just trying to figure out what the differences are.
Yeah, so the submitted budget that comes over does not have items that are paid on our behalf. So there's about $20 million that's added to pay fuel, facility cost, debt service. That's, I think, all of them there.
Okay.
And then
You may have told me that in our meeting, too. I remember. Okay, so that would probably make up the difference.
Should be the
Okay,
difference.
thank you for that clarification.
Councilwoman Hall, Councilwoman Park Shaw.
Go ahead.
Go
You
ahead.
haven't asked anything
I'm
yet.
just curious to know, historically, what the difference has been in, or the percent change of what has been submitted versus what has actually been adopted, from the number perspective as well as the percentage.
Sure.
So just to be transparent in what I'm asking, because obviously we're in a different situation this year due to the vote. So I really would like to know historically, what percent have we funded versus what has been asked, and what have you submitted versus, how has that changed?
Sure, I can
Over
get
the
into-
years, just curious to understand that. And then can you also provide information as to why, obviously the mayor, I think, has his discussion about the increase in lawsuits. Obviously, there's a need to increase for that, but I'm wondering what has transpired over, say, the previous 5 years to financially from the impact of the police department budget. Am I clear in what I'm asking?
Yeah, if you
understand?
how many years do you want on
You
the
can do
budget
5 years.
comparison? 5 for both?
Please, thank you.
Councilwoman Hall.
Thank you. So I guess I've got a few questions, and I apologize. I hate to always be the person who's asking all the questions, but, so the budget's 280, and you're saying, from what I understand Krista to say, that we should be giving you 240-something, right? 25% is
25% agenda.
240 what?
243 million,
Okay,
just rounded.
243 million. So if we subtract the 20 million that are really city functions that are in your budget of radios, debt service, public safety, police facilities, and fuel, that takes it down to 260 from the 280. And then we have 46 million in pension, which I realize that's a cost, but every department has a pension cost. I mean, not every, right? Don't almost all the departments have pension costs?
All departments have pension costs, yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, I know it's not exactly fair math, but then that takes it really down to us giving the police department to do the job that they do, $214 million, which is under the 25%. I know that pension has to be added in there, but still, there are some other numbers in there that make me a little uncomfortable with whether we're actually giving him the 243 to do the work of the police department.
We can provide a breakdown. There is, the police department explained it well, we do appropriate money for fuel and general services, but it is all dedicated to the operations of the Kansas City Police Department to support their operation. So happy to provide some detail about other requisitioning authority. Most of it is in the General Services Department, as well as some debt for their radios, their buildings. We'll provide that detail, but what I will say is all of the dollars you see rolling up into the program of the police department in that 243,000 or 243 million support their operations.
So do we do this exact same budget mechanism for public works and parks and
We do.
water? Everybody has the same, we put this money, 20 million or whatever it is for that department, because other departments are using the radios too. It's not just the police department that's using these radios.
The fire department has an appropriation in their budget specific to like fuel. We centralize that through our general services department. But the cost of their, whether it's parks department, whether it's a water department, the cost of the fuel in your budget document rolls up to the specific department that's running those programs.
Okay, so you're showing that in there. And then so I guess what I would also like to see too is, I'm not saying it's not a fair representation, but it's not exactly clear, and especially when one of my colleagues asked the question of what is the percentage of this budget, it's not exactly apples to apples, because some of the things in here, like you said, are grant money versus general fund dollars. So it's not all general fund dollars that this number comes out of.
Certainly, and we can provide Schedule 9 in your budget document itself. Includes,
Where is that?
Yeah, Schedule
Sorry.
9 is a good schedule. It shows a program view at the department level, and it's general fund specific. So that is on page...
It's in the schedules?
Yes,
Okay.
it's on page 559 of your budget document. That's the general fund alone. For expenditures. So you can see specific to the police department, in the current adopted budget, there's $230.2 or $0.3 million. In the submitted budget, we are appropriating $243.4 million of general fund dollars to the Kansas City Police Department. So I think Schedule 9 is a good reference on page 559 to see the actual change specific to general fund funding at the department level.
Okay.
But that $243,982,000 does not include grant dollars. Those are general fund dollars only.
Correct. So,
Okay.
yes, there's another schedule in your budget document. It's Schedule 4. That's on page 551. That shows the same view of expenditures at the department level for all the funds. So anything that's in a special revenue fund, a debt fund, a grant fund, you'll see the difference between those two schedules.
I mean, I have other questions, but I know that they're only like a quarter of a way through their presentation, so.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I'll be quiet.
We've covered a lot, kind of, from cross-examination. But go ahead and...
This might cut out on a few slides.
Keep going.
Well, we started early, so the fire department shit was quick.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and just to touch base one last time on this previous slide, though. So I guess one of the points that we're confused about is the addition of the $6 million for the detention center design and pre-build. I don't know where that came from, because we didn't submit it in our budget, I guess, and then the funding for that was pulled out of our salaries. So I guess that's what kind of jump-started this whole conversation, so. The total number of sworn positions approved by the city is 1,408 officers. The total number of sworn positions requested by the police department was for funding for 1,258 officers. Funding submitted to City Council, which again is $19.5 million less than we requested. If we implement the 4.95% pay increase that we had asked for on May 1st, the budget as proposed by the city will not fund the 1,028 officers. In other words, if we want more officers, the budget, the way this has come back to us, we would not be able to support the pay raises or the current staffing that we have.
I'll hop in. You gotta help me believe you, and I love you, so we'll do this exercise briefly, although I imagine we'll keep coming back to it. Because I think the brass tacks for Kansas City and Askin would say, so you have a 4.3% general revenue funded budget increase, right? Or what was it? Something around 4% budget increase. There is an increase, right? You can say yes. There is actually a budget increase, yes?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. So there's a budget increase, at least on the general fund side, from 232 million last year to 243 million this year. We agree with that? I'm just making sure we're on the same plane. All right, so if we've seen that increase, how do we have almost 400 fewer officers funded? Now are you assessing everything you didn't get into officer costs, although I see you didn't on the other slide? How do we get to that point that's so drastic, perhaps? Because I see the budgeted increase on the big budget, and then it seems like there's some discord in that, unless you're basically suggesting everything else increases so much that we're going to measure all those increases and then kind of say, I'll save you even BS. The most sympathetic thing that you could say if you wanted people to agree to a budget increase is to say, oh my God, they're cutting 400 officers. And I get that. Trust me, everybody's going to do that today, so you won't be alone. The fire department just did. But, so we can actually know what's realistic here. Is it really 1028 that a 4.3% increase to the police department general revenue still leads to these several hundred officer positions fewer? And thus, if we're really playing the game of politics, you'd have to lay off 70 officers on May 1? Is that where we're going on this? Because it feels like old times if that's where we are. But go ahead.
Sure. So first and foremost, the 23 budget was funded at 1,258 officers.
Okay.
So the comparison between the 2 years is
Understood.
1,250 to 1,250.
Wait, let's explain that too. So you're saying, so the current fiscal year budget was 1,258?
Yes,
Okay.
funded at 1,258.
Okay.
But then we've also increased, we've changed our starting pay for our first-year officers. Our pay increases, our structure for our law enforcement pay increases as you stay with the department go to 5 to 6 to 7% between steps. So there's a higher percentage change there that eats up part of that. We've increased settlement account over $1 million. We've added the funding for equipment that was 1.7 in the submitted budget to council. Just general contractual services and commodity costs have gone up substantially in the last few years. So there's other things that play into that, health insurance going up, that may exceed 5%. So those increases plus those additions are kind of eating at that increase in our budget.
All right, I made, in law we would say, an argumentative point anyway. I've made my point, you answered. I'll leave it at that for now. Other questions? You guys keep going. I'll just add one other argumentative point, just briefly. You know, if I was in a position where maybe I would figure out the liability insurance point faster, right? If I could hire a bunch more officers and get liability insurance at the beginning of the budget year, right, that saves me several $1 million such that I could actually pay for officers, right? That might be where my urgency is. Not saying it's not, but, you know, it's just a thought area. And I know you're working on it.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Chief.
When I said,
Chief is.
Let me say something for just a second. Just something that you said about, it sounds like the same old. We have not had these discussions of we're going to have to lay off so many officers. That has not been discussed at KCPD. We got the budget back from the city. We're trying to figure out what is going to be where. Obviously, I'm putting this in simple terms. What is going to be where? We're looking at what has been assessed to us and just discussing the budget. at no point during our discussion have we talked about we're going to have to lay off so many officers. We're just trying to make our budget what it needs to be to have a competitive salary for our police officers, to pay the men and women of the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department raises, and everything that we need to operate our budget. I do know that we are working on, obviously, the liability insurance, and just we are really looking at that, just because, like, I agree with you, Mr. Mayor. As you can see in some of the lawsuits across the United States, those numbers are rising. And we're kind of, maybe we might be a step behind that because of last year. I think we were unprepared. I don't think that, maybe you could have looked back at what other lawsuits were around the country, but we are looking at that. We're very aware of it now, and we just want to move forward in a positive way and just ensure that the communication between us and the city is advising you of what our needs are to really fully operate the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department. So I don't want there to be any flavor of
Thank you.
the past. That has not been discussed nor threatened, okay?
Thank you, ma'am. I think, Chief, maybe you want to stay up. I think Councilman
'cause
Robinson has a...
I'm just trying to understand all of this, all of the numbers in terms of, with the submitted budget that we're evaluating, how many officers does that represent? Because we're talking about submitted to the city council, approved by the city, funded and hope to be staffed by the end of the fiscal year. Just clarify and distill, how many officers are you asking for? Because I read on social media that you believe that you need, 1,500.
Well, I think we need 1,500.
1,500
officers. As a police chief looking towards the future, I think we're going to need 1,500. I mean, we have a lot. If you look at the population just here in Central Patrol Division, all of the construction, all of the apartment homes, all of the condos, like, if you look 5 years ago, a lot of these places weren't here. We've got to keep up with the population here to make sure that that the people who come and visit Kansas City are safe. And live here, obviously, but right. But I was thinking of just the
So what
entertainment
what number are we evaluating today in terms of what do you want? How many officers do you want to be represented in this budget?
Yeah, well, in the submitted budget, because it's, let me restart here.
Okay.
The requested budget that came over to the city had funding for 1258 law enforcement. It's because the budget that's been presented to council was cut 19.5 million. It potentially could only bring us to 1,028 unless we didn't give pay increases or didn't buy equipment. That's the kind of things that would have to
and how many officers
cut.
do we have now? I'm sorry, ma'am. I just don't want to belabor this, but yeah, how many officers do we have?
That's 1,110.
1110.
Okay, 1,110 officers. So we wouldn't be laying off anybody because you're saying that. Oh no, I'm just trying to make sure I get the numbers correct. So in comparison to how many officers we have now, what you submitted and what we're saying we're going to pay for, will we have to lay off officers?
Christine.
I would say maybe not lay them off, but through attrition we might have to. It all depends on, again, if we don't give pay increases, that might cause more attrition than we hope. I hate to not buy protective equipment, but we would have to take a hard look at that as well.
Okay, all right, I'll have to do a little bit more study on this and maybe ask questions later.
Yes, and what was mentioned before, we had to take out at least a pay step. We have got to remain competitive with the other regional agencies in the area as far as law enforcement pay. We are losing officers to other jobs, other departments. We have got to maintain a competitive pay to get the quality of officers also here to KCPD. And if I could note too, there's a lot of agencies surrounding Kansas City that are offering hiring bonuses, retention bonuses, hazard pay that has not been offered here at KCPD because we haven't had the funds to do that.
Well, and then thank you so much for that. So, but on page 30 of your presentation, the $19.5 million less, where is it reflected here regarding the need to hire officers with that 19.5 million? Because I don't see the connection.
I don't have that
Well,
page.
that would be the, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Christine, go ahead.
That would be the cut. So a cut like that would ultimately affect officers, whether it be their pay or just a decrease in officers.
Okay.
I think any decrease like that, because the majority, obviously, like it was at 92% of our budget is for personnel. So whenever there's a deficit, I mean, that could potentially directly affect pay raises, obviously pay raises.
But you're saying the delta is 19 million. That's what's the hard to make the connection. Like, how much, in order to get to 1258, what would be the difference in between what we've saying we're going to pay and what you're saying you would want to be, just to hire more officers?
Well, that's hard. I look at it in its totality. So, I mean, I would say, other than not buying as much equipment, which there was only 1.7 million, that would shave off, if we didn't buy equipment, that would shave off 1.7, that would allow us to buy more, or to hire more officers. It's all a give and take, what can we do without in order to get another officer? And sometimes the answer is nothing. I mean,
it's not the 6 million in salaries. That's not.
well, the 6 million in salaries the pay increase is that much, so.
That's just the pay increase,
Yeah.
okay. I just don't see it reflected on page 30, and it would be helpful to connect the dots to say, if we had the $19.5 million, X number of that will help us to get to the 1,258, which I'm pretty sure is already in your submitted budget that you submitted to the manager but didn't make it to us. So
Right.
that's what
Right,
would
it
be
didn't make it
helpful to
right.
have.
Yeah, so that's,
Okay.
yeah, I'm sorry, so as it was submitted, we would need the 19.5. The question would be, what can you live without? Can you live without 1.7 million and not buy protective gear? There's not a whole lot there to cut, unfortunately. A lot of it is just fixed costs that you got to pay. So.
Mr. Mayor, if I
I have follow-up, but and everybody on the screen wants to talk too. We'll go Bunch, Barnes, Hall, Parkshaw, and Lucas may jump back in. Go ahead, Bunch.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Quick question that may have a longer answer. I keep hearing the 25%, which is, of course, a constitutional requirement. I keep hearing that number as a percentage of our general fund, but so let me ask a couple of questions. What is, and I can look it up, I think I know what it is, but what is our general fund for this submitted budget? And I hear $243 million. So what percentage, I hear that 243 is 25% of something. My math isn't mathing on that, but I just want some clarity on how we're calculating the 25%. Could someone help explain that a little bit?
So the calculation of 25%, it's based not just on general fund, it's general revenues of the city. So it's much broader than just general fund revenue. It is basically any revenue that is not defined by ballot language or statute, specifically what it has to be used for. So in that calculation, you have items such as interest income across many funds across the city. In that calculation, we include capital improvement sales tax. I'm happy to share the detail of how that is calculated each year, but it is much, we look at each and every source of revenue across the entire city for that calculation. So in our submitted budget for '24, and I'm just going to the page here, the actual...
Let me jump in real quick.
Yes.
So you're saying that 25% that calculation of the whole includes capital improvement sales tax, even though that is set by the voters through a ballot question that legally binds that to sales to capital improvements, that is calculated into this general revenue.
It is. There is a series of,
Yes is fine.
yes, yes. So the general revenues for the city in the fiscal year 24 submitted budget totals $797.7 million. And that is the basis for the calculation of the 25%. It's much broader than the general fund alone.
Okay, so is there ever a point at which we're potentially, and this is maybe a question for another day, and maybe a problem with the language of the constitutional amendment, but at some point, does the math work out such that we're actually dipping into revenue and spending revenue on the police department budget that actually is earmarked by the voters for something like capital improvements or something? And I could imagine the logic in which that could actually happen, and the math could work out, and that may not be the case right now, but it seems problematic. Is it that specified in the constitutional amendment that that's how we calculate general revenue, or is that sort of just our budget offices? Is that your determination? How did it come to that? And I'm not trying to say we need to cut the police department budget substantially. I'm just saying, how do we arrive at this calculation, and who said it?
It becomes a legal question at a certain point. It is the subject of litigation currently in several different venues. I think the easy way to base it, however, is there are both legal precedents and then just broader kind of behavior that's occurred at the city for some time as to how general revenue is determined. The idea that general revenue is more than simple general fund arises from a legal case of some age, actually, from the 1950s, that speaks to any kind of unaccounted funding that doesn't have a specific direction, right, being part of how you would calculate things, since we've had this system for some time. To your point, is there some further debate as to whether that is too expansive or under expansive? I think there are very different views as it relates to that. The city has largely remained consistent in its viewpoint of how it's calculating general revenue, being, as I think Ms. Morrison notes, general fund, plus certain other areas where there wasn't that specific direction. I can't speak particularly to the capital improvement sales tax issue. That is an interesting one. But I imagine as we go through this list, there'd be a lot of things that would be very intriguing. And if I were being fair, I think there might be some, perhaps from, Board of Police Commissioner position, who might say everything, and the Missouri Senate actually discussed this, everything that comes through the city should be part of the calculation, including aviation funds, any other types of items. So that's, you've hit on the center of actually very real debate.
Yeah, and I guess I just want to make sure that I know that there's maybe a legal question that needs to be discussed further in a different setting, but are we overly expansive in our interpretation from the budget office's perspective? And it's more rhetorical, I suppose, but I just want to make sure that we're not including things that shouldn't be included. I'm just surprised by this sales tax. It sounds like basically everything but enterprise funds.
I would say your point is well taken.
Okay.
And I imagine that continues to be some level of consideration. I don't know if that's something that will change legislatively anytime soon. I think there may be some deferral to the courts to give a clearer articulation of what those funds are.
Gotcha. Okay.
Councilman Barnes, off to confuse.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think Councilman Bunch is really on to something, but I'm going to go back in the previous direction in which we're talking about number of officers versus, and if we look at slide number 30, where it talks about 1,408 officers that the number of sworn officers that the city approved. versus the 1,258 officers that the police board is, the police budget is requesting. I guess my question is, are we looking at a different number in terms of the cost per officer? Because surely we wouldn't approve 1,408 officers. I'm sorry?
Sir, the 1408 is what the city has approved for us to go up to as far as funding. We know that we would not hit that number, so we self-assessed ourselves 150 positions. So we're not asking for funding.
So Councilman Barnes, go ahead.
So my thought is, if the city approved up to 1,408 officers, in our budgeting process, did we not allocate enough money for the 1,408 officers? And I guess that's a question for Ms. Morrison.
Well, what I would say is that our budget process itself actually allocated a little above the 25% of general revenues, and I think it's up to the Board of Police Commission to define how those dollars get allocated from there to provide the best service from their viewpoint for Kansas City.
Councilman Barnes?
Well, I mean, that didn't answer my question. So when we are simulating a budget and we're saying, okay, we're gonna approve up to 1,408 officers, I don't think we would do that with the thought of only allocating enough dollars for 1,100 officers. So, and I know when it comes down to what the final operation budget is of the police board, they commit that. But in the simulated budget in which we're going to put dollars to, I would think we allocated enough funding for the 1,408 officers.
So to try to answer that, there are definitely 1,408 positions authorized. They are not all funded.
Then why do we do it?
So can I ask a question?
Here's I think the general, here's the general problem, which may not actually have a resolution, which is that the city and the police department may have a different view of where the money can go fundamentally, and people make different determinations on that. And then I think the other issue is, do you see the budget as the city will give 25%, as is the statutory requirement, and the police board will figure it out? Or should it be some amount in excess and on from there? But in some ways, I don't know if we can answer that, because the city doesn't actually, unless, I mean, Krista, do you all actually name the number of officers, or I guess announce that? And if so, what is your number? Or do you just give money back and give a proposal and then the board makes that determination?
So why are we approving any number of officers? Why don't we just say you're going to get to 25% and we're done with this conversation?
Say that again? Sorry.
I said, why are we trying to approve any number of officers? Why don't we just say you're going to get 25% and this half an hour of conversation didn't need to be had?
At some point, when we are fully funded, or we have the number of officers we need in the future, it may be over 25%. If we asked for 1,408 officers in this budget, it would look different right now. And we're not asking for that because we don't have that. We're just asking to pay for the officers that we think that we can get within this next budget year, and that's the request for 1,258.
Let me, I'll get back in line. Although, O'Neill, do you have some kind of narrowly to Barnes's point?
This is directly related to this.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I've been through 3 budgets now, and my whole understanding through each budget process has been we are trying to get to 1,400 some odd number of officers. That's always been my understanding. We've never been able to get there because of recruitment, et cetera. So when I read that we have budgeted, or we have not budgeted, but we have approved 1,408 officers, I'm confused. What is the cost per officer?
It's roughly $85,000 a year with salary and benefits.
With everything?
Yeah.
So you got $85,000.
On average.
300 officers is what? You're the budget gal. 2.4 million or something like that?
Okay.
So I guess if we have approved this, but we haven't allocated the money, if you were to have a hiring bonanza over the next 2 years, and you're able to come up with these people, how do we pay for that? I mean, that's my confusion, is if we've approved it, how do we not pay for it? And if we, I mean, are we looking at this as the Board of Police Commissioners is we just give them money and they do it? I mean, that makes the whole budget process seem kind of irrelevant. So I guess that's my confusion, is I've always thought we were trying to get to 1,408 police officers.
Councilwoman Hall, then Park Shaw, then Lucas comes back in Ellington. Hall?
Wow, that's a whole lot of stuff to talk about to get to where I was asking. So I don't even really know where to start, but okay. This is a bigger problem, I know, than just the math. We're talking about a number of officers that we believe the city needs to keep the people safe. These aren't arbitrary numbers, oh, we need 1,400 or we need that 1,500 or whatever. What we're saying is, based on the population and the population density locations, with the amount of crime we have, it takes a certain amount of bodies to get those answers, calls for service answered. And so what we are trying to figure out is how to keep people in Kansas City safe. That's what we're trying to do. I mean, we need to build a jail. I don't believe that $6 million needs to be in this budget. I believe that's a city function that first shouldn't be there, and I think that $6 million would go a long way in helping us get to this number to keep people safe. I ask you a question. I'm not going to put you on the spot because I bet you have an answer, but I don't need to know it all right now. But just last week, we had a Super Bowl parade, and we, the city of Kansas City, could not staff that and answer calls for service around our city, 319 square miles all at the same time. People had to come in and help us. That's not every day, but it is a lot of days. Yesterday, we had the funeral for an officer who died in the line of duty protecting people in this city, him and his canine. We did not have enough officers on the street to answer calls of service because people were here all over. I mean, there were officers from around the whole metro and around far away coming to do this. We don't have the bodies to do what we need to do just to live our life every day. We are going to have a NFL draft in less than 30 days or so, and we're going to have a lot of people in Kansas City. These guys are going to have to call in mutual aid to help them fill all the gaps of what we don't have. And oh, by the way, we're so excited about the World Cup in '26. We don't have enough police officers to cover that. We don't have enough officers to do the business of every day protecting our citizens. And if we as politicians care about people being protected in our districts, which I believe we each do, we've all said that, we've campaigned on it, and we keep saying we care, but we're not caring if we're not finding the mechanism to get the police on the streets. And then we say, well, to Councilman Barnes' point, yeah, let's just give them enough money for 1,408 officers. Well, it's not just about $85,000 times X amount of police officers times 1,408 or whatever. It's the police car, it's the uniform, it's the bulletproof vest, it's all of those things that we can't just say, just give them the money for the $85,000 times one person. There's all these other things that add up, and we wouldn't do that in our other departments. We wouldn't say, you know what, Michael Shaw gets all the people he wants, but we're not going to give him money for the trash truck. That's unreasonable and irresponsible, and we're asking them to do something that we're not asking other departments to do, solely because I think we feel like we don't have the control over that. I will say, and I'm just going to say it out loud because I don't know that anybody ever does, we don't write them a check for $280.7 million and go, have fun with it. We don't ever get to see it again. We act like we never get to see it again. But every single month, the budget officer at KCPD comes over and sits with the budget department at KCMO and shows them all the checks they want to write, and they reconcile, and they go, do we have the money or don't we? It's not a secret, and it's not like Krista or whoever's in that part of the Treasury, I don't know who all does that in our side, it's not like it's a secret that we write these checks and we wonder where the money goes every month. We do know where it goes, and if we don't know, it's because we haven't made a decision as elected officials to ask the question, to sit with them and go, can you show me how you write those checks every month for KCPD? Because I bet Krista and all the department in finance with Tammy, I bet y'all don't write a check that they come over and say they want to spend the money on if the money's not there. Is that correct? Okay. So we do have skin in the game, and we do have a part to play, and we can't just say, go have your 280 and go to Tahiti with it. They actually don't do that, and we actually have responsibility back to it. And it's our responsibility as elected officials to protect the people that we said we were going to protect. And if that means that we are worried about 1,028 or 1111 or 10 or 1258 or whatever the number is, that doesn't matter as much as it matters how are we going to keep our people safe, because it's only going to get worse as far as people are coming to Kansas City. That's what we want. That's why we're getting the NFL draft. That's why we're getting the World Cup. We want these people. But at what cost? I mean, we haven't even paid the police department yet, I don't believe. I don't know, maybe we have, and I'm talking out of turn. We have a big expense from law enforcement for the Super Bowl. Going to the Super Bowl, going to having the parade, all that costs taxpayer dollars, and I don't know who's paying for that. Are we paying for that? Are we taking it out of their budget? I don't know where that money's going. But we have to decide whether we care whether we're going to pay for the safety of our citizens. It's not like we're giving KCPD and Chief Graves a bunch of money. We're doing this to protect the people that live here that we said we would represent. And I think we need to figure out how to make that happen in a fair and equitable way without just jockeying over dollars.
Councilwoman Park Shaw.
Thank you. My question really was along the line of where Councilman Bunch went with his question. So I just want to ask, because I agree this math is not mathing to me either. And so my one question I want to know is about the vacancy rate that's calculated in here, this 4.7 and 9.7%. Can you quantify that, please?
That's actually my number, and that vacancy rate is based on anticipated attrition throughout the year, based on current attrition. When that's calculated at the beginning of the budget process, we look at current attrition, previous year's attrition, kind of the current state of hiring and people leaving, and make that.
And what is that number? I want to know how much money that 4%, 4.7 and 9.4% represents.
It's on the next slide. It's 4.4 million that we self-assess ourselves for. I'm sorry, it's on, I guess it'd be slide 32. It's what we self-assess ourselves in our requested budget before we submit it to the city.
Okay, so in this first bullet point where it says 4.462? Okay, thank you.
At all?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of other discussion, some policy discussion that we need to have, and I don't want to belabor it, but thank you. Thank you for being here.
I'll just say briefly before Councilman Ellington, Councilwoman Hall, I think you are right. I think all of us do care about having enough officers for a safe city. I will also note so there are elements of sending a check over that this is though, right? We have a judicial decision that says once we approve a certain amount, that amount cannot be modified by the city. Can be modified by the Board of Police Commissioners, and every month that I have served on the Board of Police Commissioners, there has been a budgetary adjustment or transfer or change. And so this is actually kind of a leap of faith from us to trust that there will be done what we say. One recommendation I might make for future years, because actually we've been through a lot of budgets together, and there have been years when we've told Michael Shaw or his predecessors, this year we're going to actually fund more employees, we're not replacing actually equipment to this level this year, or we're not building your new, for example, the first district facility that was supposed to help us with public works issues, right, which we've been talking about for years. We do actually make those types of determinations and have a discussion, and typically have as a council said, we care this year more about increasing salaries for workforce in Local 500 and other folks that are in public works, and so we're going to put a bunch of money into that and not fulfill all of your salt acquisition desires that you may want. The whole theory, I think Councilman Park Shaw introduced this, and perhaps it'd be helpful, the police department worked with us on this, was zero-based budgeting. You know, maybe I don't know if I helped create this budget, but I would say, all right, if our goal is what's our realistic number of officers for this year, 1258, then I actually think we do the math and say 85,000 times 200 more, plus the vehicles necessary. I think the 85 times the other metric I saw was like 25 million or something. Whatever. We do that, we build it up, and we say, we're going to actually make sure we fund that. And then we'll say, okay, at the end, wow, it seems we're going to be short on legal expenses, contractual obligations, and all of these items, and that's where you do the fight. I actually start to take offense at, not offense really, this, you know, I'm not offending anybody, but nonetheless, why do we actually put the workers last, right? Why are they the fungible thing in the budget every single year? Why aren't we actually saying that, yes, we'll actually look at the, you know, some infrastructure cost or legal suits or professional services last. So yes, I am crazy enough to say, don't fund professional services at all until you've funded 1,258 officers in the budget. We could do that, but we're just not. And so instead, we end up in a rhetorical battle over, do we care about a number of cops or not? We all do. Everyone on this council does. None of us wants to get rid of them. All of us want responses. So why don't we actually ever have a budget presented to us that actually starts with that and says, all right, people, right, if we do all of this and fund our officers to the fullest extent we would want, we can't afford contracts on X or Y things. And then we get to have a discussion on, all right, maybe the city should handle your, maybe we should just pay your workers' comp for you. Maybe we should pay something else for you. But we never get that discussion, and so we spend an hour talking about if we care about 20 more officers. We all do. And I would just, maybe this year isn't the one.
Well taken.
Thank you. Jesus, you're good. Thank you. I appreciate it.
I'm just being real.
Right. Councilman Ellen.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, this is why we shouldn't have budget meetings before 10 a.m. Seems like everybody needs coffee right now. Question with Barnes' point, though, and you just kind of doubled down on it, Mr. Mayor. I think this whole conversation is mute because Barnes identified it probably about 15, 20 minutes ago. What y'all do at y'all budget is exclusive, according to Chapter 84. Priorities is exclusive, according to Chapter 84. So if y'all do want officers, there is no reason that y'all not hiring officers.
We're
or
hiring
even
officers.
reallocating. But my question is, that's just facts. Like, y'all control y'all budget. Y'all can do whatever y'all want with y'all budget. There is no excuse for what y'all don't have. It's y'all priorities and what y'all choose to put y'all money in. And we can look at that on y'all.
I think when we present the budget, we just want to make sure that everyone knows this is what we need, and this is the number that we need to operate the police department fully.
Yeah, but that number is transitional to, again, y'all priorities. So if y'all choose to increase officers as a priority, the same way y'all changed y'all, what was it, I was on the phone when I was listening, what was it, the Management Bureau? The same way y'all moved the people over from the Management Bureau, but they the same, we still paying the same people, y'all just reduced the Bureau. So again, functionality is contained and controlled by you guys. My question is though, how much was actually spent on the DARE and PAL programs, because I can't find it in here.
There was a recent audit on that, if I'm not mistaken.
That's within our budget, and I can email you, your assistant, that information.
Yeah, and the next one would be, how many dedicated school resource officers are there and what schools are they in?
that's in that community policing.
And as y'all pulling that up, what are the duties and functions of the Community Engagement Division? Like, what have they actually done?
If you like, I could have Major Kari Thompson come and present on that program.
Yeah, but
For that division.
y'all don't have no data on none of that today?
Is that in those?
So if you're asking about the Community Policing and Prevention Fund that we have in this current fiscal year, the city auditing department just did the audit of the second quarter, and they have that ready for presentation. They're going to present it at our board meeting next week. And so it has listed what we've spent with regard to DARE and PAL and dedicated school resource officers. Is that what you're looking for, sir?
Yeah, I'm definitely looking for that. Also, the number of officers, and this just goes to the concern, and I'm through after this. When you guys look at your pie chart, you see what priorities are highlighted. Most of the council, since I've been on here, have been talking about community policing elements. And this again goes back to police departments' control over their policy, and also what they see as important is community connectivity. On the phone, you guys mentioned you need up to 1,500 officers. There has been no data that proves a correlation of higher percentages of officers per capita and reduction of crime. But there is data, clear data, that presents community policing in the I'm messing that word up, I'm trying to say, the transition between community and police understanding. That's not the word I wanted to use. Yeah. And I would like to see those numbers, because I think that should be highlighted in there. And then again, going back to ending with Barnes's point, if you guys want to hire officers, you can.
And we will.
Thank you. Councilwoman Robinson.
Thank you. I too agree that we should make sure that our Board of Police Commissioners have the authority over their 25% of general fund, and then come back and have a conversation about accountability. As the majority of this council, that was the direction that we were going in originally, and I think that that's the direction we should continue to go in versus having these very convoluted conversations. But while you're here, thank you. While you're here, though, my colleague did bring up community policing, and in the budget is zero in the budget in terms of community policing. So can you, and that's on page, it's on, hold on, let me get it real quick. Community policing is on page, it's all the violent crimes against.
And Councilwoman Robinson, while you look, I'll put some slight blame on me, and we'll give the real people for an answer, but in conversations I had with the chief of police and others,
here it is.
the community,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
the Community Engagement Division, which has been established at the department level, handles a lot of what would be in that world of community police. I know the chief can say more about that and add up what the costs were, but I think as we were talking about this year, since that division was established and was doing that level of work, the thought was that it be reflected in the budget. But go ahead, Chief.
That's one of the questions that a lot of residents in the 3rd District have, and we look forward to you spending time with us on Monday. But it is on page 411. It looks like in 2023, there was $14 million on community policing, and then submitted for this year, zero. And it's, I think, having Major Thompson out and doing all of the things is great, but there comes this big question of what community policing is and how it's going to be implemented. And if it's reflected as zero in the budget, that's a huge red flag.
Yeah, and I will just say that the distinction there has to do with the way that the police department budget was allocated in fiscal '23, because anything over and above the 20% funding, which was the requirement, 20% of general revenue, was put into the community policing fund last year by this body. This year, the requirement is now 25% of general revenue, and so that is all being considered as one total allocation to them in the general fund and the other funds that they get allocated through that. So it's just that we are not making that distinction from a budgetary perspective. If this body still wants to allocate money to a community policing fund, which is a kind of a sub-fund of the general fund, we can do that.
Yeah, no, that's definitely not the request, but I think the definition is, where does this live in the budget, the community policing?
And I was just, and that's why I brought up the community engagement division. I think
Is that in violent crimes? Where is that? Because
That's in our patrol bureau. I didn't know if you meant structurally where that is. Yes, that's in our patrol bureau.
Okay, it's in the patrol bureau, so that's on page 411 as well. So that is these $57 million. Is that where that lives?
Well, the division was created after the requested budget came over, so now the division has been added to the patrol division, but within the budget that you have in front of you, it's in several different places, in different patrol divisions, as well as...
How much does it cost?
I would have to pull those numbers.
Okay, if you could pull that, and then I was happy to see the increase on page 407, where violent crimes, 12 million, 12.981. I think you kind of alluded to how we've increased in that area, or what we're doing in the violent crimes area that has that significant jump. Looks like we're putting more resources to violent crimes. It goes from 9 million to 12 million.
Yeah, and there was more money, but because of the way the new fund was set up in fiscal year '23, part of that money was in, some funding for that was in the general fund last year. Now everything's kind of, two funds are combined now, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, it would be helpful to figure out how we're using those funds programmatically and tactically with violent crimes. And then to my colleague's point about youth services and youth outreach, it would be important to get that. The 3rd District young adults, when we have our town hall meetings, they are very clear that they want improved relationships with the police. They want more informal engagements with the police. And so if you could send a report back as to how we can operationalize that demand that young people have in terms of their theory of change for violent crime reduction is having more trusted partnerships with the police.
I'm excited about that.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
I would love more information.
Sure.
Those are all and then I had 2 other questions, and again, you can always send this to us if we don't have time to answer it, but there was some conversation previously in previous decision packets around how do we incorporate technology more, especially as people are filing reports and things of that nature. You may not need an officer to actually file that report. So the infusion of technology, more information about that, as well as there was there were some recommendations that came from a study about how we're using sworn officers to do civilian-related tasks and administrative-related tasks. So how you're responding to those recommendations.
Okay. So just really quick, we do have an online reporting system, but it's limited to what kind of incidents that you can report, because if there's anything that an officer needs to follow up, but we do offer that.
Okay.
The second part, what
about using? So many things, but the recommendation, there was a study done.
Oh, yes.
Around,
yes, we have already reduced 2 majors and 2 captains' positions that were could be replaced by civilians.
Okay.
Yeah, so we are
that's
doing
good to-
that, and there's more to come.
Okay, and
Yeah,
then
we are
finally,
reducing
I
some
promise, finally.
No worries.
One contemporary issue that's coming up is officers responding to mental health crises, and if there's better suited, trained individuals to respond to those so that our officers can be more responsive to more violent crime, 911 calls that impact safety and preservation of life. And so are you in your R&D department, are you all looking at some of those measures?
Yes, so we have 988 now also, where someone who is in mental crisis, instead of calling 911, you can call 988. So we're really looking forward to that, potentially reducing some of the situations that police may be brought in, where just like our visual presence could potentially escalate that. That training that I was talking about earlier, that is usually someone who is somewhat in crisis, and we're responding to the scene. That is creating distance, slowing it down, and that has the adage that everyone goes home safe at the end of the night. So that's part of that training to address that.
Thank you.
Quick question, real quick. The Community Engagement Division, when was that created?
I think it was November.
This November?
Yeah, and that's growing. That's grown since I've came aboard. We assigned our youth services under our Community Engagement Division now. And I could see that growing also, obviously.
I'm gonna talk to you more about that.
Okay.
All right, because we've run over time. By the way, the Community Engagement Division is wonderful, and I've appreciated what you've expanded with it as well. And so we look forward to hearing more about it. And I think it does speak to a lot of the Councilwoman's questions about where we are funding and showing our priorities. That's about all the time we have for you all today. We look forward to more
I just have one thing, if I could, please, sir. We will be paying our officers first. We will continue to hire officers, and we're going to give our officers raises. And what we don't, how we need to make up the difference, we'll be coming to see you soon.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chief. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Deputy Chief. Always good. Mr. Shaw, Public Works. You guys need a break at all, Council? Are you good?
Oh, they brought us
We'll just-
one.
Yeah, I took one.
You want a 5-minute break, or are you good to just keep? Guess we can go.
Kind of right on the back end.
Oh, my.
Oh, Lord. There he is.
Where are all these?
We think we need more time. Oh, okay.
I like what they do.
Clearly wasn't enough time. Right, yeah, we need.
We'll let
more
everybody
time.
come in, Michael,
I don't
and
like
then
that we rush through
go
this.
from there.
So much.
All right, looks like we're good to go.
Good morning. Michael Shaw, the Director of Public Works, and with me is Jason Waldron, the Director of Transportation. We're here to talk about the Public Works 23-24 budget. And I don't know, you doing these slides, Chris, or you want us to do them all? Okay. So our budget this year has been increased in several different areas. Obviously, our infrastructure and accessibility was increased by, I think, 3% or so. And then our housing and health and communities portion of our budget was increased by, I believe, about 5%. You'll see those as well. Looking at key performance indicators, we're going to be tracking, and we need to add a fifth one to this. My apologies for not doing that in advance. Some key indicators that we're going to be looking at this year is blocks of sidewalk replaced. We know that sidewalks is a big issue, and so we want to be measuring and monitoring how well we do with sidewalks with the additional money we're getting. Potholes filled, we look at potholes filled as relationships to street maintenance and how well our street resurfacing program is working to improve maintenance and street conditions. And then also our percentage of LED lights that are out there. Obviously, we're spending a significant amount of money improving our LED light system, and so we want to make sure and monitor and measure how well we're spending your money and making sure that that's getting done correctly. Obviously, trash is a big issue. We always want to monitor how much trash we're collecting. Our strategy is waste reduction. Thus, the one that we didn't put on there was recycling. We're obviously making a significant investment in recycling, and so we want to measure how well and how much more recycling we're collecting, and we'll be adding that KPI to the, as an adjustment to this going forward. Vacancy rates. Public Works as a whole, we have about a 28% vacancy rate. We have, that means we have, right now, we have about 521 or so positions with about 141 vacant. We also have some temporary positions which are generally used over the time frame when there's snow removal, and in the summertime, we actually hire college students to help with inspections during the summer, generally engineers. We try to get them engaged and involved with the engineering field. So although those aren't reflected because we don't necessarily use them all the time. So, but we only hire a couple of, right now from a temporary position perspective, they last 6 months, we only hire a couple of college kids in engineering and those type of things to work with in our construction division. Some of our challenges with getting our positions filled, as you can see what those are, and then obviously there's some initiatives by HR to get things addressed, and I would think that we always should be recruiting. So as we look at how we make those improvements, we should always be recruiting. I don't think you're going to find a department that's going to come in here and talk about staffing. So I think coming up with a solution that we're always recruiting is going to benefit everybody in the long run. Talked a little bit about this before, looking at our budget. This budget is our infrastructure budget. You see that we got about a $5.3 million increase in our infrastructure budget. It's about a 3.2% increase there. And healthy communities, we had about a $5 million increase, about a 12% increase in healthy communities, largely surrounding trash and recycling collection, bulky item collection, litter abatement. Obviously, we know that there's a lot of litter out here, and so we've invested more money in litter collection and abatement as well. What are some of the major changes to our budget? Obviously, we have $11.2 million. This is our second round of funding that will completely fund to complete all of the street lights. $2.4 million in sidewalks with a $13 million over the next 5 years to begin implementing sidewalks around schools. Again, we had a $1.1 million expansion on bulk item collection. We had our recycling cart program, and then there was $1 million put in the budget for trash carts. We have significantly increased our snow removal. Obviously, we know we have a more aggressive snow removal plan, and so we're going to continue that going forward. And then what is new and exciting is that we are including IRIS into the next year's budget related to improving our transportation system. Supposed to have a presentation before that, so for those who may not know what that is, we can talk about that later, but was hoping you should have known by now, so my apologies. That being said, some of the other, what are the impacts on our specific goals, the healthy housing and healthy communities, you can see what those are, the mowing, the sidewalks. Cleanup KC is a litter abatement program that is directly related to increased litter collection, and then obviously on infrastructure and accessibility, the LED light program, we have the streetcar expansion, improved sidewalks, more funding for sidewalks, obviously our street preservation program, and IRIS. So be glad to answer any questions that you have.
Questions for Public Works, Councilwoman Hall.
A couple things. First of all, I wanted to say thank you. This is my, 7th or 8th budget cycle with you, and I've always been impressed with your ability to tell us exactly what you're thinking and be completely transparent and be honest about where the numbers are and what the things are to do. So I've appreciated that, and I'm not going to miss budget cycle next year, but I will tell you that I will miss your transparency, and I've really enjoyed working with you and learning about trash and recycling to the point where I never believed I'd know that much stuff about it. And thank you for always being willing to share and educate and explain why we're doing what we're doing. So I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So, thank you. I would say, the only thing I would ask is that if my colleagues are willing to increase the 1 million for trash carts to maybe a couple $1 million. I know that it's not all going to happen this year, but we did say that we would hope to put trash carts on the budget after we did the recycling, and the recycling carts will be coming out this spring. We'll start the deployment of those, and I would love to see a little bit more. I don't think we have to do the full amount because, like the city manager said, we're going to stagger when those can happen and be put out. So I don't think all of it will happen this budget, but because I will be here, I would hope somebody would champion finishing that, because I'd like to see it happen even if I'm not here to finish it. So, thank you.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Thank you so much, and also thank you to all of our department heads that have come and presented and work hard every day to implement all of these great things. Can you tell us a little bit more about the trash carts and how that's going to be implemented, how many they're going to be and where they're going to be?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
How many are they going to be?
We don't know. I mean,
So
we
you
got
can't
the
tell
money.
us?
We're going to figure it out. I'm just going to be transparent here. It's in the budget for us to begin talking about what we do. I think we need to assess what $1 million can do and then come back to you with a suggestion and a plan. I mean, there is no written plan for that $1 million at this point.
Are you talking about the trash or the recycling ones?
Trash carts.
The $1 million for the trash carts,
Mhm.
correct? Yes. It was a number put into the budget with the idea of trying to begin implementation of trash carts as we do the recycling carts, and we need to come to you with a plan of how to spend that $1 million. We haven't done that, just to be transparent.
If I get a little bit, so the procurement process has not even begun for this, as Director Shaw said, and so we have to start that. We have to learn from what's going well and what we'd like to change with recycling carts. We don't know how much this is going to cost. We know what recycling carts did cost, but we're not going to assume it's going to cost the same or more or less. This will get us started for sure. It may not be until next budget year that we end up having to write a check for these. Who knows how it's going to go, but this is going to get us going.
Okay.
Yes.
Councilwoman.
Okay, it would be great to, as you have those conversations, because this is a critical time when we're making these decisions, and it would be good to make these decisions knowing that we're targeting areas that have a deep need for litter control, for addressing abatement regarding trash, et cetera. So I would like to get more information about that. Where in the budget can we find the implementation of the bike lane plan and how much that's going to be if we're implementing?
So the bike plan is normally in your Vision Zero portion, and so I think we have $500,000 dedicated for Vision Zero.
And where's that?
And let me be clear about this. All Vision Zero is not bike lanes, so it is only a portion of what that gets done. So that's
where can I find it in the budget? That
I don't know.
Yeah, Vision Zero is part of your 5-year GEO bond program. So it's part of the capital and debt section of the budget, and it is part of question 1 for the GEO bond in the adopted 5-year capital plan.
And where are those projects going to be for this budget upcoming year?
So typically how we do that is we would put all that together and actually bring it to council with the Vision Zero plan for the year, and then you adopt that plan. So we're...
How much did we spend last year?
It's $500,000, I believe.
Correct.
So it was $500,000 to do all those bike lanes? That's not the number I got.
Well, not all bike lanes are in that particular one. They could have been part of a streetscape project, and bike lanes can be put in multiple types of paths, but generally speaking, the Vision Zero is where bike lanes are done
Okay,
So to give you an example, if, in the Truman Road was a very specific project about a Truman Road project, and that's where those came from. That didn't necessarily come from Visit Zero. That was actually a project that was actually done. This 2019, there's PSP plan done, and then that PSP plan was implemented. So that was,
yeah, that serves my point, is that I would want to know in this budget cycle where those are going to be, where is the funding going to come from, and how much that funding is going to be as we do those streetscape improvements that might include that infrastructure.
okay, so what we'll do is we'll put together a complete list of projects that have bike lanes in them, where the funding sources are going to come from, and I'll get that to you in advance. I mean, in the next.
Yeah, that would usually be associated with the bike plan that we would propose for the city council.
Okay, all right. Thank you. That's all the questions I have for now.
Councilman Bunch, then Ellington.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. A couple of questions, and you probably can anticipate some of these coming. We have the transit line items in the budget, and aggregate, there's an increase. Well, there's an increase in the sales tax revenue, which is great, but then there's a substantial decrease in our contribution of the from the mass transportation tax. We discussed this a bit in business session a couple weeks ago, but I wanted to bring this back up and maybe hopefully get a little bit more detail on how this is going to roll out and how the conversation has gone with ATA regarding this. I know that Director Shaw, you're a board member over there, so I assume that you can answer some of these. But in aggregate, it looks like it's about a $5 million decrease in our contribution to ATA. And I realize that mass transportation does not necessarily mean that it all goes to ATA, so we can maybe skip over that. I get that, but in aggregate, we're looking at a $5 million decrease, and that redirection of the half-cent sales tax is going towards streetlights, a project that I fully support. What I want to understand is if we're asking the ATA to not only continue service that we have agreed to in their contract, and the expectation that they're going to increase service because it's been down due to driver shortages and COVID and all that. And on top of that, so increased frequency of the existing fixed route transit, but then on top of that, we're asking them to implement a new on-demand transit service in the Northland. Another thing that I fully support, I'm just concerned about dollars, and are they able to deliver on those expectations? And then following up on that, I know we'll have a service contract discussion coming up soon, at which time we will discuss all of these expectations. Do we feel confident that they're able to deliver on all of our expectations, or are we going to have to turn around and cut service in that service agreement? So I'm here just defending public transportation, not any individuals or any entities. I just want to make sure that public transportation is covered in this budget adequately.
You want to take the $5 million part, and then I'll answer.
Yes. So Councilman Bunch, in the adopted or the submitted budget document on page 367, it's a little deceiving because the adopted budget shows ATA at $61.7 or $61.9 million. After the budget was adopted in fiscal year 23, there was a reduction agreed upon with KCATA to support the round one of the street lights. So KCATA's funding is actually increasing overall, looking between the 2 years.
Thank you. That is helpful. I had forgotten that there was a change to our budget.
And I'll answer the questions.
Okay, thanks.
And I'll just answer the questions about transportation overall. So as we know that through COVID, the KCATA received, through the different buckets of COVID funds, $109 million of COVID relief dollars, very specific to Kansas City Transit, to be used on Kansas City Transit systems. The only way they can use the money is if there is a deficit to their budget, that you just can't use it without having a deficit. Understanding that the PMT, the Public Mass Transit Tax, the half-cent sales tax, is offered to Kansas City not solely for busing transit, but it also pays for transit infrastructure, such as traffic signals, street lights, street resurfacing, and the like, and street sweeping and other types of things. So last fiscal year, as we looked at placing out our, well, let me back up. In 2019, the council in 2019, I even go back further than that, in 2013, the council passed a resolution that stated that 95% of that PMT, or the half-cent sales taxes, to go to KCATA for a period of 8 years to end in May of 2022. The intent of that was so that KCATA becomes financially solvent and reduces their dependency on Kansas City taxes to operate. In 2019, the council rescinded that ordinance, or that resolution, I apologize, in 2019. However, the council continued to fund them at that point. In May of 2022, staying in concert with that, understanding that we have had deferred maintenance on items such as our streetlights that have not been addressed for 8 years, we agreed to use PMT funding to, over a 2-year period of time of $11.5 million last year and $11.5 million this year, to replace our our streetlights. They were able to recover that delta of $11.5 million from the COVID relief funds that were granted for Kansas City transportation. And so they have been in hold the entire time, and they are able to use the COVID funds. We did not receive a dollar of the COVID funds in Kansas City, rather than we use the tax money that we currently receive to provide transportation infrastructure for that. At the end of this year, they go back to whole in terms of we give them that 11.5 back next year. And that's sort of how that was set up. So we have not taken anything from them, rather than use the money to fix our streetlights.
Okay, great. You answered my follow-up question, which was when will we stop redirecting that 11.25 million or whatever? So next year, the intent is that would, because they're going to burn off that remaining COVID relief dollars at some point. And so next year's budget, we will see, we'll see that amount go back to them, but more or less.
I would argue that we are currently redirecting our public mass transit tax dollars to them when it should be used for infrastructure such as streetlights, traffic signals and such. We're actually redirecting our funds to them versus to our infrastructure, which should be maintained.
Yeah, I mean, we can split hairs over that, I guess, and I appreciate your clarification on that. But and I'll leave it at that. We can have a fun conversation about that at some point. You and me, but I appreciate that. But to answer my question, will we redirect an additional 11.25 million or thereabouts next year? Is that what I hear you're saying? Redirect it back to ATA? To use your language.
That would, we don't make that decision. That'll be a determination by the council, not by staff. We have traffic signals that need to be replaced. We have a $67 million issue with traffic signals that need to be addressed, and the council, you guys will decide how that is done.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, but we're here right now with a recommendation from staff. I guess I'm asking, will staff be making a recommendation that we get the ATA back close to that 95% next year of the MPT tax?
Again, that's a policy decision for the council, not for staff.
Okay. I do have one more question that's unrelated to transit. Thank you, Mr. Shaw. I really appreciate it. The other question is in regards to sidewalks. Historically, since the 2017 passage of the GO bond, or 2018, whenever that was, 2017, we've been spending approximately $7.5 million on sidewalks and curb cuts combined, ADA curb ramps. It's fluctuated slightly, but you mentioned an increase in sidewalks. Can you expand on that a bit? Are we doing more than that $7.5 million, recognizing we have $1 billion in sidewalk needs? Are we increasing that 7.5 to something higher than that?
Yes, this is an additional $2.5 million that is coming out of the capital maintenance fund.
Capital improvement sales tax
Yeah,
fund.
capital improvement sales tax, $2.5 million in addition to the $7.5 million.
So that gets us up to roughly 10 million.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, appreciate it. Thank you. That's all I've got for right now.
Councilman Ellington.
One thing for the director, just one issue. A couple of speed bumps that was replaced by contractors when you did the streets over. They didn't replace the speed bumps, so we want those back in. Besides that, I don't really have too much of an issue with your department, and I appreciate your transparency, but my question goes to potentially the finance director or the city manager. How many other departments have allocations that are not actually going to be administrative currently? So we know y'all know about the million. How many other departments have cash allocations that you guys are going to figure out how to spend later?
Are you asking what we do with dollars that are budgeted but unspent?
No, I'm asking how many other departments have line items that have no dedicated expenditure? Or plan on expenditure, yeah.
He's asking the question, we have $1 million for trash carts.
Not for you guys.
No, understood. I'm just trying to clarify. We have $1 million in our budget for trash carts, and we don't have a plan to how we're going to spend that $1 million. His question is there other departments that have similar scenarios?
Not to my knowledge. I mean, I'm sure we could ask around and confirm that, but it's not a typical thing we do. And then to be fair, whatever we don't spend in the budget either gets reallocated or sent to fund balance at the end of the year. So there's no way for us to, I think what you're getting at is to sort of put money in pots and then do nothing with it.
Question. You was aware of this one, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And you're not aware of any other ones?
No, I'm aware of this one, and this was intentional and my request, just so we could get this program going. It's hard to do a big project like this without any money. We didn't want to put potentially more than that just because we don't know how much it's going to cost and when we need to spend it. But that's the difference. That's what makes this one unique.
May I build on what you?
Yeah, I gotta do it.
You don't have to. You don't have to.
I'm doing it in a nice way. How much would it cost for us to have unlimited trash services? That's the nicest way I could do it.
So I'd have to go and figure that up. I will say this, our trash is increasing. We were picking up trash at about 85,000 tons a year. Now we're at 115,000 tons. So we've seen a 30,000 ton increase in the amount of trash we're collecting. And that number is going to continue to rise. The concern that we have is we have a waste reduction model. The landfill prices, we've already seen a 30% increase in our transfer station prices. Our landfills are going to be right behind that in that increase. We currently spend roughly $5.5 million a year in disposal cost. If we continue to collect more trash, that number is going to continue to rise. So we have to find ways to reduce the amount of trash that we're collecting, and that number is going to increase rapidly.
Well, I wasn't asking about a reduction in the amount that we're collecting. I was asking how much would it cost for us to have unlimited trash services. So I know that we have a cost for how much we pay for the dump, et cetera, but if we're spending $5.5 million yearly, what would be an estimate? Would that double? Would that be 10 million?
Well, yeah, I'm just saying, that's just the disposal portion, that's not the collection portion. The collection portion is roughly $8 a house. So I'd have to figure that up is what I was really trying to get to is that from a policy perspective, I would recommend waste reduction and not the collection of more trash because the cost of disposal and the locations of disposal are rapidly decreasing. And so we really need to be reverse ruddering because we're going to put ourselves in a very precarious position shortly.
See, that's why y'all elected him as director, because
I'm just being transparent.
I'm not going to mess with you, Mike, 'cause I'm waiting on neighborhoods. I'm actually going to go in on neighborhoods. So.
Councilman Robinson and Park Show.
Thank you so much, and I know we're way over time, so feel free to send this to us. I am keeping note of everything we're asking for, so hopefully we'll get that back from everyone. One is around, you mentioned the policy decisions. When we led an effort to do the trash carts and the recycle bins, what number was in there that you calculated?
Yeah, so the trash cart prices we knew at the time were the same because we could get them all at that same price.
Which was?
Roughly 8 million.
So 8 million, that was a policy decision.
That is correct.
But now we're getting 1 million from a management decision. And so when we talk about the comment that I heard earlier, oh, well, you know, we don't know how we're going to fund this. We don't know what the plan is going to be. We just wanted to put something there for a million. But the policy decision was you all decided as a director, which we should have trust in our directors. They come with a plan. We pass the plan, but then we get $1 million for trash carts instead of $8 million. And so that wasn't really directed towards you. It was kind of directed over here to my left. But it's frustrating, I shall say, that, you know, when we pass a policy, we're expecting to have a level of results from that, and to have $1 million when we ask for $8 million is concerning. In your time at the city, when we had targeted areas of bulky item pickup, where we just went, we knew where the hot spots were, every district kind of had a roving bulky item pickup schedule, was our city cleaner then?
You know, that's an interesting question. I honestly think that from an illegal dumping perspective, we're really about the same, transparently. I think litter has exploded, largely because the litter crews we've used previous have been people who've been on community service or on kind of work release. COVID has changed all of that. Our trash has grown exceptionally, largely because now far more people are working from home. So that is causing us to change how we deliver our service. So that's why we see like a Clean Up KC, and we see that we do need to increase our bulky collection, and as a policy decision, you guys changed that as well to increase bulky. And we are changing how we're doing recycling to increase the amount that we recycle, hopefully reduce the amount of trash that we get and reduce the amount of litter. Part of reducing the litter strategy is to containerize the, blowing litter. But from the policy decision, carts for trash should happen.
Yeah, and $1 million is insufficient. So I'm just throwing that out there to my colleagues, and hopefully we can revisit that as we contemplate this. But from a standpoint of representing the 3rd District, where we have these issues with the proliferation of trash, when you walk past a trash can, you feel like that's where trash should go.
Absolutely.
Well, in the 3rd District, every other block is a bulky item pile of trash. And so if we're not cleaning up that trash, and people, this is where our trash goes. And so we really need a more targeted, aggressive approach to bulky items. Yes, the litter control program that we're doing, where we have people out there and we're actually paying them a living wage to go and address our litter problems. I appreciate that program. Bulky item is a huge issue. I mean, it's residents are living in third world conditions.
Absolutely.
And they're taxpayers too.
No, and I completely agree with a more impactful bulky item system. And the way it's currently set up is roving bulky item, where they're going across the city in a 30-day period of time. The way that we've changed bulky, it will be, where bulky trucks are coming down that street every week, which impacts the ability to collect those type of items that you're speaking
So
of.
when can we expect to see that?
We're still waiting on the trucks to arrive. And the latest, we was hoping to have it by May. Now I'm not as optimistic. I'm thinking September, because we're waiting on the equipment. So.
Okay, thank you.
Good.
I can answer that if you
Councilwoman Park Hill.
Thank you. So my question,
The manager wanted to.
Oh, go ahead.
Our million.
Can the
You
manager
guys-
just real quick respond?
Do you, or
whatever you want.
if
No,
you,
yeah.
you had a
I
question
mean,
for
because
him?
you're the one
I
who
wanna
put the
hear it
$1 million,
too.
you put the $1 million in here, well, yeah, we should hear from you.
Well, I just want to note that the budget process is not so simple as just putting all the money that's requested into the budget. We've got a lot of hard decisions to make, and we don't have unlimited funds. And yes, I know we've been talking about a very, very healthy, record-high fund balance, but we've got a lot of things and decisions to make here. And so it's not fiscally responsible of us to just put a lot of money in pots for things that we don't have a time frame and a plan for and a quote on. We want to get this started. We have no idea if we're going to start paying for it in a month or 2 months. And so we've got a little bit of money ready. And if and when we get to a point where our bills come, or we see that it's going to cost a certain amount, then certainly we can put that money there. But I think the way that we all do it is to focus on the shovel-ready stuff, so to speak. What are the projects and the things that we've got right now that we've got to put money into? And so that's what we're doing. But if you want, we can put it up.
She's been working on this for 7 years, so it is shovel-ready. It is shovel-ready. This is a shovel-ready project. We didn't just introduce a haphazard ordinance to ask. I mean, there was a lot of thought and a planning that went into this $8 million. It wasn't just, just put it in a pot for a rainy, this was well thought. They've been working on it for 7 years.
Sure. So if we want to, we
You
can.
don't need to do, she gets to make a point. You don't have to be an argumentative debate.
Okay,
I appreciate that.
You're about to say we could do something different. Everybody acknowledges we could. It's all right. Councilwoman Park Hill.
thank you. I just will add an additional comment to that, in that the fact that data shows, because the pandemic has really put us, has changed the way that the city functions, and we have seen our trash cost increase by 30%, also to me states even more so why we need to have trash cards at the home, because we are seeing one of the big complaints we get is trash all over our city. So in addition to the issue that we don't have the litter community service cleanup that was occurring before, we are seeing more people working at home. They are putting more trash to the curb, which is now blowing even more, 30%, at least 30% more that's blowing all over the city. And so I think, definitely I'm 100% advocate for making sure that we can get trash carts in addition to the recycle carts. I just wanted to throw my 2 cents into that as well. So I would love to have further discussion on how we can introduce more funds into this budget to do that. Regarding that, I actually wanted to speak about the bulky item pickup. So this council did introduce the legislation to increase bulky item pickup. And my concern or my question is, I thought that there needed to be additional FTEs that went into that, but I don't see any FTE change in that. And so I just want to clarify. I know there's some right sizing that's going on within the department, but I want to clarify that we will have the adequate staff when we do get the trucks to be able to increase the bulky item pickup.
Yes, that's actually in this year's budget. So part of the, we have to go through the PRC process to get them on the books, but it's actually funded in this year's budget for Q4, which we're in now. So that process will begin. And just all transparency, the fact that we're not expecting the trucks till September, we're kind of slow walking that hiring process because you don't want to hire people and not actually have work for them to do. So it's kind of I don't know, chicken or the egg thing, which comes first. So we're trying to be fiduciarily responsible and not hire people too soon, but we definitely know we need to hire them sooner rather than later.
So, in essence, when you first started your presentation, you talked about an increase in the housing and healthy communities and infrastructure and accessibility. However, your FTEs remain the same. From what I'm looking at, over the last 3 years that's shown on page 308, your FTE positions all remain the same. So
Right.
Are you saying you can do this, you can increase this without an additional FTE?
When we go through the PRC process, those FTEs will actually be added to our books, and we haven't done that yet. And we haven't done it quite yet because our trucks, if we were what we initially hoped to do was in February of this year, go ahead and go through the PRC process, have those positions added because they were funded for a Q4 launch, which now is Q4. That way, come May, they'll be employed, trained, and ready to work by May. Now that it's going to be September, we'll probably wait until maybe March or April to do those positions so that we don't expend more money than we have to, because they still have time to be trained next fiscal year.
I understand that. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. The point I'm making is that when I look at the budget over the last 3 years, it says the same 175 FTEs. And I understand the PRC process. What I'm saying is, as from the council perspective, I want to make sure that we appropriate enough dollars so that when those positions need to be filled, they can be filled. So I'm not talking about the I'm not talking about the PRC process. I'm asking, can you do that with the 175 that have been listed at least for the last 3 years? That's what I'm asking.
When we go through the PRC process, those numbers will be added to our roles, and the funding is there to add them.
Can I ask a question that follows up on this? Because I think I wanted to ask this on the police, but because it's something that I've wondered for several years. Is the number of FTE that's shown here the actual number of FTE that are in each department? Because I think in the police budget it says 2,000, and that's not the number that we were talking about. So do you have, I'm looking at the wrong number, I'm looking at aviation.
So it's 308.
It says 308, so
No,
is
page
that?
308.
Oh, sorry, I can't see that far.
So
but
theirs says 175.
Is that the number of employees that you have currently, or is that the number that's been kind of designated? So I think that's the confusion that I've had for like 3 years that I finally got cleared up, so.
You can go ahead and
Yeah,
answer.
so for all of our city departments, the FTEs are the number of positions approved and budgeted. Now, if there's a salary savings on top of it, we don't reduce positions, that's just normal turnover. Police is a little unique that we actually get the FTE count from them because they run their financials separately from us. So every department other than police, we actually project their salaries, their benefits, their personnel costs. So we can speak to average salaries. So what you see in every department, police, we get the information from them because we don't project their salaries. They run an independent financial system from us.
So that is the number of FTEs that they currently have in the U.
Right, that's in the solid waste
In the
division.
solid waste. And
That's solid waste only.
And to help answer the question, and I have the bulky expansion presentation pulled up, we did increase the 24 budget for the 1.1 million increase. I believe that was the amount. So you'll see as they start to hire, so the money's in your submitted budget. You'll see the FTEs get added as they're ready to start hiring. So the money's sitting in a contract line right now, waiting for this timing issue of the equipment, but the funding is there to support the full expansion operation.
And so then my question is, how many additional FTEs then will that link?
I think it's maybe 10 or so,
Yeah,
8 or 10.
Going back to the bulk expansion, it looks like 10 labor FTEs were added and maybe 15, 14 total. There were a couple supervisors in there and a superintendent.
And I guess, so my question really then should be directed at you then. So why aren't they reflected in this 600-page book? Why aren't those additional positions reflected in here? Because it looks like the FTEs don't change.
Yeah. So part of it is just really working through the detail with the department of when they're ready to hire.
It was in the details.
Yes,
Yeah.
and we wanted to make sure the funding is there first and foremost, and then it's a process of working with our HR department of what's the appropriate classification for the positions to actually be added. So your budget has the money in there. We'll try to work between submitted and adopted to get the people in the right spot, but there are conversations that need to happen about what's the appropriate classification, and there's a vetting process for that.
Okay, so just to go back to when you first started providing the explanation, can you provide that detail? Let us know where that is.
Yes.
Where those additional dollars are and those additional FTEs that are in the budget. I want to make sure that we don't lose sight of those. Thank you.
You bet.
Councilman O'Neill.
I'll be quick. Two things. One, I know we haven't really discussed the trash, whatever you call this, receptacles in quite some time, carts. But I know that in a lot of the meetings I go to, I hear a lot of, well, we don't have room for, more, receptacles. Has there been talk about doing you have the option of taking one or not taking one? I know that we haven't really discussed that with the recyclables, but I think it did. Okay, so I would hope that that's part of the equation coming back. And my second question, before you answer that, is if you would just quickly tell me what our plan is, if you can, in a quick way, for the trash pickup in the area. You had a plan you said you had a trash pickup plan in here. I know we get asked a lot of that about, with the World Cup coming, with the NFL draft coming, and our city's not always the cleanest. How are we going to pick that up over the next 60 days or so?
Okay. So twofold. Just to clarify, when I said $8 million, that was actually the cost of the carts. There's also personnel, staffing and things of that sort. That's all part of that equation. So that part was not adopted last year. Only the recycled carts was adopted. As far as the question related to trash carts, if they're optional or not, again, that's a policy decision that council makes when we come forward with whatever that is, when that happens. And then finally, as far as trash overall, the best way to deal with trash is you have to be consistent about cleaning it up. And the more consistency you have in cleaning it up, the better it ultimately becomes over time. And so the strategy, at least working toward the World Cup, is we realize that there's not enough agencies out there picking up litter, and so we created this Clean Up KC portion in order to really get out there and make sure we have a regular, consistent litter collection program. We've also identified houselessness and issues around houselessness and trash and how that has impacted the community, and so we're developing strategies to address houselessness and trash as well, because that's all connected. Not the only thing, because we still have a tremendous amount of litter, and it's also collaboration with our partners like MoDOT in terms of coming up with very intentional strategies on collecting and cleaning up the highways, which folks say, well, Kansas City, you're not doing anything, not understanding that it's not our right-of-way, and how we address those challenges as well. So the plan is to have consistent cleanup collection programs in place years in advance so that we can begin knocking down the issues. The problem we have with litter right now is that during the pandemic, for a period of 2 or 3 years, there was no litter cleanup going on, and so you have a couple years worth of litter on the ground. So it's a lot to get past, so we're going to need a couple years to catch up.
I have one more thing to say. I just have to say I'm disappointed, not in you, that I got the invitation to this meeting yesterday morning or late last night, and I had already, we set our schedules significantly in advance, and to find out we had this, I understand we were sent a placeholder a month ago. I didn't see that, but I just it's difficult for. I had an 8 o'clock appointment. I have a 12 o'clock appointment. I'm disappointed in the process that we aren't given more time for something as important as this.
Councilman Robinson.
I just had a follow-up to our manager's assessment that a policy passed by this council was fiscally irresponsible. If there's is there a way that we can get a list of all the ordinances that we have deemed as management as being fiscally irresponsible and aren't included in this budget? Can we get a list of those ordinances?
What was the question?
Your previous comment was we passed, this body passed a ordinance for $8 million for trash carts. You said it would be fiscally irresponsible to put that in this budget. So can we get a list of all the ordinances that we've passed as a body that were deemed fiscally irresponsible to include in this ordinance?
Did we pass an ordinance?
Yes.
Going back over the discussion forever, so the answer should be yes. If there are ordinances or resolutions that aren't fully funded, and you're looking for some articulation as to why, perhaps.
Because we were told
Right.
it was going to be in the budget, and it's not.
I would see no reason staff can't actually provide that, right? So we'll just look to them to do that. I will say just briefly, and not necessarily my battle, what I took from Director Shaw was that he's trying to be judicious, and staff are trying to be judicious on rolling out the program because all the costs and all of the issues that might exist weren't fully anticipated. Not saying council and all of us don't have the ability to just say, just buy the carts anyway. But I took it that the staffing, the where the trash goes, the how much, are determinations still to be made. And I'm not saying that changes, that people still may want the carts just purchased and we warehouse them until we're ready, but that's what I was taking from staff discussion.
Yeah, I just had trouble with that answer, and that's just problematic. And we need to work in the spirit of transparency. 13% of Americans trust the government, by the way. And so it is important for us to operate in a spirit of trust, openness, and transparency. And when we pass an ordinance, then we expect for that to be reflected and not have to micromanage the situation.
And for clarification, I'm unaware of any ordinance that was passed to purchase trash carts. If there was, I need to catch up on that.
Well, I'm saying that this body, we talked about this being in the budget this year.
Okay.
Yes, as a part of that discussion.
All right.
You came with the plan, and it was to be in the budget, and we get $1 million in the budget.
Okay.
And that's unacceptable.
All right. Everybody understands we've got work to do with trash and explaining it, because to your point perhaps, or I guess it's more my point, I would be interested in, all right, what does that rollout look like? Where is all the trash going? Actually, I found O'Neill's question interesting. What do people with different trash needs get in terms of size too? Because some of the small bungalow people may not want 2 bins in their house. I mean, there's just different things. So how we figure that all out.
You guys should follow Mr. Shaw and I on Twitter, then you'd hear all these answers.
I
did. The footprint's the same. The recycling cart that you're going to get is the exact same footprint as the one you have right now, except it has a lid on it. And you may opt out. Any resident can opt out if they don't want to do it.
To the transparency point, that's very transparent.
But I promise you, we set it out there on Twitter. We even have B-roll for it. We can do a whole video for you, I promise. We have learned more than you ever want to know about anything trash and recycling.
I love it.
It's crazy how much you can learn from hanging out with him for about 7 years.
But do we know where all the trash? But do you know where all the trash is going?
I do, sort of. I've seen the MRF. I know what that looks like.
But we know that we've answered the dumping question. I mean, the landfill question.
The landfill question is, obviously it's a hot topic conversation. Not to get into any details, more so to let you know that there is approximately 15 years of landfill life left in the landfills that are here in Kansas City. Currently, we send all of our trash directly to the ones that we direct haul to, which is the vast majority of trash we collect, we direct haul to Courtney Ridge Landfill. We drive it directly. When landfill space is eliminated, it will need to be transferred. The cost could range between 50 to 80% more to transfer our waste out of Kansas City. It's just money.
Yeah, and so see, here's one of my questions. I did actually see the Twitter post and the social media. I've looked at them, and I appreciate that. I just making sure we're anticipating those costs coming
That's
down.
correct.
Because one thing that we also did talk about, and it's not coming up a lot, we did kind of talk about composting and how much food-based waste we have.
That's correct.
And ways that we can actually address that, so we actually have just fundamentally less waste that we're paying and just haul to a landfill, and perhaps addressing some of those issues long-term as well.
I agree. The council adopted last year $250,000, or it's in this current year's fiscal budget. We haven't spent any of it yet because we actually used it and leveraged it and actually was awarded a $300,000 grant from USDA. So now we have a $500,000 program that can last over a couple of years to provide free composting to Kansas Cityans. So we leveraged the money you gave us to get grants to do a bigger program, to buy more infrastructure to actually do this sustainably long-term with little further investments. The second part of the question as it relates just to the idea of trash, and we go back to trash cards, our process in 2004 when we started recycling was a waste reduction model, reducing the amount of waste. In 2004, we had 4 landfills in this region. 2 of them has closed within my career. And likely, like I said, within 15 years, those other 4 will close. Whether we, talk about where a landfill is or not, that's neither here nor there. You're going to have to reduce the amount of waste you send to a landfill, period. Our process is waste reduction and waste minimization. The bigger alarm to me is that our processing at our MRFs, we're spending $120 a ton to process our recycling. And it's only $30 a ton to throw it in the trash, throw it away. That dynamic has to change because the technology that's used to actually process recycling has to be improved. There has to be more competition on processing because that's what's hurting our recycling industry today. One of the things hurting the recycling industry today. And that number is only going to continue to go north because there's very little competition for that. So there's problems with trash and recycling that's looming that's really going to be policy decisions this body's going to have to make. They're going to be very challenging, but you have to think about the long-term health of our community.
Thank you, Councilman Hall. Councilman Hall.
No, I'm good now.
Thank you.
Can I just, I feel like I should say something. We're going to have a discussion in Transportation Infrastructure and Operation about the issue of landfill, and I think it's important that we as a city take that narrative back and have those policy discussions, and it's not directed by others on the outside, and that we ensure that our citizens are protected and those of the surrounding community. So I just want to make that comment, and we will be having these discussions just next week. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Public Works? Ended up being fun too. Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll go to water, the easy world of water.
Any money water has can come to Public Works. They've acquiesced that to us, except for the.
So I just, for the point of our calendar, of our schedule, so it's 12:05. I mean, we're obviously significantly behind. Are we going to continue this until 12:30, or are we going to just keep going? What's the?
The goal was a thought that we might be able to catch up on time, that somebody wouldn't be so long. So the hope is we'll get.
That's me. Teresa, how am I driving here?
We can always hold the clerk for next time if we want to.
A bonus to whoever gets us back on schedule.
Well, for the sake of time, Westminster Director of Public Works, real quick, I'm doing something a little different here. I have quite a bit of my staff folks here, and I don't have them here because I dislike them and want to punish them for being at City Hall. But, we've had a lot of change in the 14 months that I've been in charge. We've had quite a bit of turnover at our executive team level. We've had quite a few people leave. So we have a lot of new faces. And a lot of those people that have left, we've not restored. And so we're approaching $1 million of salary savings at the executive level. And what we're doing as a culture is we're flattening the organization and putting everyone behind me in charge and empowering them to do a lot more stuff. So with that, I'm going to run real quick through our team here, and they can just raise their hands if they're here. I have Brent Herring, who's our Deputy Director of Operations. Celeste Tucker, my Deputy Director for Financial Services. Andy Shively, my Deputy Director for Storm Sanitary Smart Sewer. Jeff Martin, our Chief Engineering Officer for Water Distribution and Facilities Engineering. My financial team knows all the details and put all this together, the presentation, and that's Phil Kreidelball, our CFO, Lisa Pleasure, our Financial Manager, and Hugh Wooden, who's our Senior Analyst. Helping me out too, we have Deb Perillo, who's our Assistant Director for Organizational Operations, Philip Yelder, our Assistant Director for Workplace Environment. We have what we call our Business Information Operations Support. You know, we have to collect, we have a lot of systems, we have a lot of programming, we have a lot of really smart people that I often have to tell them to explain it to me like I'm 5. And Miguel Echeverria leads that group. Stacy Roberts is GIS. Brian Stapleton is our data analytics and applications. Ron Givner is our support. So that's just the electronics. On the building side, we've got Morris Jones, who's our building maintenance leader. Blake Anderson, engineering leader for facilities. Melanie Jollett, engineering leader for water distribution. Travis Kiefer, our engineering leader for development permitting. Matt Thomas, engineering leader for smart sewer and collection systems. Amy Kofer, you know, water's great and we come here to spend your money, but I have to have some important people that collect it. So we have Amy Kofer, who's our financial leader in our billing side. Lakeisha Johnson, who's remittance. Tamira Good, customer billing. Maggie Ray, who handles our call center. Tina Weatherspoon, you know, you all know Tina as my executive assistant, but that's not the case anymore. She's now our new leader of consumer and employee affairs. Jeff Haskins on the operations. We have Jeff Haskins, operational leader on the storm side. Brian Lyles on sanitary. Greg Queen on preventive maintenance, street sweeping. Craig Tinsley on our water distribution center. And then we also have our meter group, which is the ones that actually have to get out there first. You know, all these people answer the phone 24/7. New Year's Eve, the issue we had, these are the people that make KC Water work. We have Bill White, who runs the meter field services group. James Binkley, who handles residential services. Willie Triplett, who handles our larger stuff and our dispatch center. And then on the water treatment plant side, we have Jarrett Lucky, who handles water treatment. Steve Jones, who's maintenance for water treatment. And then after you drink it, we have to deal with it. So we have Adrian Hall on our maintenance side for wastewater, Kerry Robinson, operational on the wastewater side. And then not only do we treat it and we make it better, we test it. So we have Aurora Shields, who leads 30 or 40 chemists we have at our lab. And then Sherry Irving, who handles all of our regulatory compliance. And then we recently promoted Mary Guerrera, who's going to lead our employee training and development. And lastly, the new Tina, Ms. Luana Spencer, who's my new executive assistant. And so that's the team. I just wanted to give them a quick shout out and appreciation. And then again, with all the turnover we've had, just a way to introduce you to the people that make KC Water work. And with that, for the sake of time, I'm going to turn it over to the fastest man at the PowerPoint, Mr. Phil Kreidelball.
Good afternoon, everyone. Water Services submitted budget is $463.8 million. That's, of course, part of the infrastructure and accessibility of the citywide business plan. The key performance indicators, some of the ones that we look at, of course, a focus on customer service and the call abandonment rate. Last fiscal year, we had 6%. Target this year is 5%, and submitted for next year is 5% as well, making sure that customers that need our assistance don't hang up the phone when they call in. Miles of water main replaced and sewer main rehab and rehabilitation. Our standard goal has always been 28 miles per year. That's 1% of the system. The actuals that we saw for last fiscal year on water, we were 25. Sewer was 14 miles. The 25 is our submitted goal for water for next year. That's a kind of a combination of supply chain issues and just the actual expense for doing that. We've seen problems with both of those. Sewer main rehabilitation, we expect to be back up at the 28 miles. Water main breaks per 100 miles. Last year we had 26. Our target for this year and next is 35. This has been a direct result of our water main replacement program. We've been able to drive down the number of breaks we have per 100 miles. And then the stormwater catch basin's clean. We came in just under 11,000 last year, with our goal being 15,000 for this year and next. The 11,000 was a result of staffing, kind of recovery from COVID, et cetera. The department vacancy rate is setting about 28%. It's a number of contributing factors with the consolidation of human resources. We of course had our own human resources staff at 4,800, and it's been consolidated to City Hall. Kind of a slow start and a challenge to be able to get up to speed with the process. We've definitely seen improvements. Some of the challenges that we're facing are retirement, and then people being trained and leaving, going to other companies.
I will pipe in here. The August 1 salary adjustments were very beneficial. Phil mentioned the catch basins. Our preventive maintenance group is fully staffed right now, which wasn't the case a year ago. And then our pipeline repair group, which was kind of the dire one that I kept telling people, we had, I think, 55 vacancies before August 1, and we're at 40 right now. So we're trending in the right direction, and part of that's that consolidation and improvements with working together with HR on our hiring processes. So we are seeing improvements there.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a strong focus, working with HR. We plan to participate in career fairs. We've been doing it, continue to plan on doing it, and just make sure we had dedicated staff to meet with students. We're trying to connect with the more diverse prospective workers and explore alternative recruitment strategies. Let's look at our submitted budget by division. The key here is we're looking at about a $3.4 million increase from this current year's submitted budget. Wastewater services, capital improvements, and debt service lead the ways for the largest percentages, followed by wastewater treatment, or water treatment supply, excuse me. This is a breakdown by division. The one footnote here addresses fiscal year 22 actuals on the administration. We had a very large lawsuit for a broken hydrant main downtown that flooded a very large, condos?
Yeah, I believe it was settled that first week I was here in December of 21.
So, ideally, we don't expect to see anything like that occur over the upcoming years. A lot of the increases are driven by the supply chain, and just the delay that we've faced is pretty significant. We've seen significant increases kind of across the board with everything from chemicals to the cost of electricity and gas to all the equipment that we use. We're seeing significant increases on everything. Some of the highlights and major changes, our submitted budget includes a 5% water rate increase and a 6% sewer rate increase. With that, we anticipate $7.7 million from water pilot going to the general fund and $4.4 million from the pilot from sewer going to the general fund. This budget includes $97 million cash for capital improvement. We just finished and finalized our revenue bond issuances. Went to market in January and had those closed in early February. But that's $57 million for water and $103 million for sewer that will be used for our capital improvement programs. Focused on operational staffing, kind of making sure we have the right people in the right place. And as Wes mentioned, the wage increase in August was well received. We definitely have a focus on our water and wastewater treatment plant modernization and maintenance, making sure that we're getting the plants, keeping the plants up to date, fixing what needs to be fixed so we don't see major breakdowns. And as I mentioned, we have anticipated the inflationary cost increases and supply chain delays. Also, always like to mention the expansion of our street sweeping program. We've got a couple new street sweepers on order, and make sure we can get out and keep the streets as clean as possible in the areas. Some of the goals and how they align with the council priorities, looking at customer service and communication. As I mentioned, making sure we're able to talk to the customers when they have issues, but we average about 800 customer calls a day. We want to make sure that we're answering at least 80% of those calls in under 30 seconds. And then look at the service outage times, making sure that when water service does go down, that we have it restored within 8 hours. On the transportation infrastructure side, again, catch basins clean, we're targeting 15,000. Water main, 25 miles, and sewer main, 28 miles, and then keeping those main breaks per 100 miles under 35. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Water Services, Councilman Elling?
Yeah, what proof do you guys have that you did not make them come in here for retaliation?
That would be the people actually out in the field working hard on this nice, sunny, cold day. Again, we are a 24/7 operation, and any chance I get an opportunity to publicly thank my staff that shows up every day and takes care of stuff, I'm going to do that.
Councilwoman Robinson.
There are a couple things that are of concern to the 3rd District. One is the issues of maintenance, repair, and redevelopment of the service center on 18th Street. Where are we with that, and how is the movement that, again, a decision that this council made some time ago to continue with the design of that project? Where are we at with that? And
Councilwoman Robinson, we have a placeholder in our capital improvement program for replacement of that maintenance facility. Since the last time we've talked to council, we've actually been having some conversations with Public Works about potentially consolidating some functions. We have a household hazardous waste facility on Doremus, which is undersized. It is right next to 5300 Municipal, which Mr. Shaw wants to consolidate his operations. And so we're doing some minor things like looking at the Coal Mine Road facility, looking at 5300, looking at our site down off of the Blue River to potentially look at some different options to maybe work intra-department.
So you're going backwards, not forward, because the decision that we made was that we would design a new facility at 18th and Prospect. And so now what you're saying is that you're going to actually move the facility to another location?
I'll just jump in and say, did we make that decision? I don't know if council.
Yes, we did. I don't know why y'all forgetting.
I don't remember us passing that actually at Infrastructure Committee. I think we directed staff to study. We have, because there was real debate on, because the last cost estimate I saw was about $100 million.
Which was already in their CIP plan. They had the money to spend in their CIP plan.
I'm just saying, as the chair of Infrastructure Committee, I don't remember us as council approving that.
Okay, well, let's ask the staff, what decision are you under the impression that the council made in terms of direction?
It's my understanding from what I saw before I came here from the discussion that there was concerns about the large amount and that we were going to go back and look at a phased approach which would reduce the capital expense.
Okay, so was the cost of the project in your CIP plan?
We have right now, I believe, $50 million.
I said was, not is.
That question I do not know, but right now we currently have $50 million identified.
And I need to know how that's changed over time, because when we made the decision, there was a piece of legislation that we voted on, and that legislation talked about moving forward with addressing that blight and that poor working conditions for staff. And that was 3 years ago. And so we still are in the same space where staff are in those working conditions, and now we're talking about doing more studies. Yeah, that's problematic. So if we can backtrack and really make sure we're on the same page as it relates to what this body has asked staff to do and where we are with that, because to say that we're looking at other locations is troublesome. The other issue.
Let me just say, I guess the only other infrastructure member here is Councilwoman Lohr, but I mean, we can rerun. I think we might need legislative action to clarify that. I thought we were frozen for a reason, because I remember our discussion in committee being, basically, I guess the directors identified it, the balance between the very high cost, and there was some discussion of saying, are we going to tell ratepayers that we're spending $100 million on a new facility but balancing that with the concern of we want to improve at 18th and Prospect too. And from that, I didn't see a clear answer of our only solution was just build a brand-new facility there.
Well, I guess the point of contention that I have when I was briefed on it 3 years ago by staff is that it was already in the CIP plan. And that CIP plan, it was a 5-year plan. So obviously, if those dollars were there, it would have already been approved by the city because throughout the budget cycle, their CIP plan is approved.
I will say with respect to their predecessors, I would have critiqued the prior director, and I believe one of his deputies, having put that in the plan without actual council direction, and I think what we're looking for is more clarity.
But we can fact check it, that's fine, but the reality is we have a dilapidated piece of property that has not been updated or addressed since the 1990s. There are poor working conditions for our staff, and it's contributing to the blight of the 3rd District. And so we need to address it. And to say that if there's another new project schedule that came out, then I need to know that because it's the first time that I'm hearing that.
We are not, we are in complete acknowledgement about the conditions of the site, so I just want to make sure that, we're aware of
Well, it doesn't
that.
sound like it's an urgent priority if you're talking about you're trying to find another location for it. The next question that I have is around the number of disconnections and inability to pay water bills in the 3rd District. And so how does this budget reflect how we're going to be introducing technology or other resources to help with the large number of disconnection notices that are in the 3rd District? Okay. There's a significant number of disconnections in the 3rd District, disconnection notices. So how are we either introducing technologies or programs or support for residents of the 3rd District and the citywide? I mean, but I know that there's a disparity in the 3rd District as it relates to shutoffs and disconnections.
Okay. As it relates to shutoffs and disconnections, there's a number of resources that we offer our consumers when they do go delinquent, and one of those resources is our contribution to low-income consumers is our...
Okay, I'm sorry, let me read, because just so that you're not having to rehash, is there anything reflected in the budget to improve in that area? So I'm not necessarily interested in what we're doing now, right. But is there anything in this budget that we can improve upon?
Yes, it will be our technology, which we're also working on an IVR currently to get, I guess, automated phone calls out to our consumers to let them know of the status of their accounts, and then also offering flexible payment plans through the IVR. Also, our new billing system that we're working on to go out for RFP for that as well. And then additionally, again, the $800,000 that we contribute is also reflected in our budget.
Is that increased at all?
It used to be $500,000, but with COVID, it went up to $800,000.
And how much do we use? I mean, is it sufficient or do we need more?
I believe that it's sufficient because customers are eligible up to $750, which will get them about 6 months.
And are we using all of it?
Yes, we are. In addition, we also have the Low-Income Household Water Assistance Program, which is a federally funded program just for water and wastewater funds, and that's an additional $500 for qualifying customers.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
I have questions.
Councilwoman Park Show.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the report, and thank you all for coming down here to the lovely City Hall to see us today. So I want to go back a couple of slides to ask you, in your presentation, you talked about anticipated inflationary costs on slide 52. Can you let us know what % increase are you anticipating, and what dollar amount does that represent?
I would probably have to research that to get you the exact percentage.
We have chemicals, we have all sorts of different things on that. And so we've been able to absorb, some of that over this past fiscal year just because we have salary savings from our vacancies. But as far as when we had the possible train strike and we had another issue a while back, we worked proactively with the procurement division on our current IDIQ contracts. And so what we do is we try to work to hedge. I think when natural gas, we recently did something with that to keep those costs so that if, we have a huge spike. So we're working on the front end from a risk management standpoint to kind of lock in those inflationary pressures, but we still do need to, budget for them because the price of everything has gone up.
Okay, I'd like to know a number, if you can get that to me, please.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. And then in addition to that, slide 53, you talked about the service outage times and trying to bring up to restore within 8 hours. What's the data today? Like, and what's your performance indicators now?
Right now our water main breaks get, they're code 1, code 2, or code 3. And so if it's deemed a code 3, it's a 24-hour response and turn on time. Ms. Tucker mentioned something about the technology in our customer service. We're working on a 10-year-old system. The goal is to work with the technology, increase our pressure sensing in our network, and then potentially look at some solutions with meters to do more automated reporting back so that rather than citizens having to call in to report the problem, we can identify areas where we may have problems, which helps our meter field services staff go out. Because anytime we have a water main break, we have to go out and shut down to try to figure out where the leak is. And sometimes you have to shut some things down, and then you can turn them back on at some point. But from a technology standpoint, we're 10 years behind, and that's one of the things we want to work on is try to get that up, because from a technology perspective, we can reduce that from where it is now.
So is this a KPI that you currently track?
Yes, it's one of the things that we do track.
Okay, I would like to see that added to our list of KPIs. I think that's important for council to understand that. As you know, we've had a lot of outages in the 5th District, and it was definitely one of my frustrations with that. I think it would be beneficial if council was able to track and see that metric. And then the other question I have surrounding that, I know you've talked about it today, and I want to just ensure that we have that there are dollars allocated in this budget or requested in this budget to be able to upgrade the technology in a manner that you suggested. And I'll say specifically what you mentioned at the 5th District meeting when you talked about establishing a process kind of like how Evergy has when they're like an outage map that would allow for residents to be able to log on to be able to see, kind of what's going on in their particular area when there's been a main break. I think it is absolutely ludicrous that I had to call you 15, 20 times that day to try to figure out when our water would be back on in certain areas. And so is there...
Actually, this is something that our bio staff built internally, and why I like having them. We're beta testing one right now, so we're trying it right now. We've been live, I think, for about 3 weeks. We're still refining it, and once we kind of feel very comfortable with it, we will roll it out.
So are you saying you don't need any more money to do that?
Oh, we always could use more money. But we are working with, we have a lot of data and a lot of stuff right now. The staff is working on how to kind of pull all that together to make it a lot more,
I just want to ensure that you have, that at least, whatever the budgetary requests are, that council understands that so that we can make sure that you have the resources that you need. Definitely, I know you guys are doing great work, but we need to make sure you have the resources to be effective. Because I shouldn't have to call you as many times as I did. I hated to do that, but that was the only way I could get the information. And I know I'm not the only council person that's doing that. So thank you. That's all my questions.
I'll second that.
Any other questions? I will say, I'll go ahead, Councilwoman.
No, go ahead.
I will say just one note, recognizing that everyone else faces the same challenges on getting workforce and materials increases and lawsuits. Your percentage change of 0.74% on your budgeting, I think, does show a great respect for our ratepayers that I certainly appreciate, and I think our ratepayers do as well. And I hope that's a model we see more often. Thank you. I'll ask this. Mr. Klein, did you bring anybody in addition to yourself for presentation, just one? All right. So unfortunately, we will push you and the city clerk to our next time. But you'll be at the top of the agenda with the city clerk. With neighborhoods, if you're watching, we'd really like an answer on that pet project point,
Right.
if they're just watching. And I think we'll just adjourn here.
And then I think we might want to consider adding another session, just in case we run over
Yeah.
next time. You know, I hate being rushed through these processes, so, thank you.
4 survived another day.